Sup, nerds? I'm back. Not even that late for once, right? I'm excited. Should be a fun stream. I'll be coding more than usual, and yeah, it turns out with my time off, I get a lot more done. Wild. Who would have thought? Audio is not out of sync. Don't gaslight me like this. Oh shit, Eva's here. Good to see you. Always good to see you. Hope all is well. YouTube in the background. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, don't gaslight me like that. Currently have a cough drop in because I'm starting to get sick. Hopefully that'll help me not lose my voice as quickly. Or buy 30 terabytes of storage at 2 a.m. I bought like 100 terabytes at 6 a.m. once. I don't know if I'm going to cover this at least I don't think I'm going to make a video about it because I already made a video about the fact that this is bullshit and like Oracle should not have that trademark anymore. The new video would be like, oh, by the way, I already talked about this, but they filed it. The thing with shorts is like the time span for a short is, how do I word this? Like the lifespan of a short is so strange because they tend to live a lot longer than traditional videos. Like shorts should be evergreen, and this would be very news-y. The thing that I'm sad like doesn't exist is there isn't a good way to do like newsy content that is really short. Like shorts have eaten the under 3-minute content space entirely. So if you're doing something under 3 minutes, it needs to be a short. But now if you do something that's under 3 minutes and it's a short, now the way that the algorithm behaves, the way that content is expected to perform is fundamentally different. It's weird. Aw, rip. I have my theories on what he is thinking. It should be a fun video. The material theme drama is kind of wild. I have it all open here. He tried purging a bunch of this shit. You can see the post has been deleted, but thankfully I predicted this. And in my fork, if I could find my fork, I like instinctively, I don't know how I just expect this now. Wrong project. Quick pick. No, this is still the wrong project. Clear the filter. Here we are. This one. I knew he was going to do some shit, so I instinctively went and archived everything that matters. And I'm very happy I did because it turns out he deleted the post. So, yeah. Planned ahead. Don't be shitty about open source if you don't want to be called out for being shitty about open source. So the original license was Apache 2. He changed it on November 8th and then immediately went like super aggro on a bunch of people. I'm saving it for when we're actually doing the video. Yeah, we're absolutely going to do a section. Don't worry. That'll be a long one. Yeah, it's going to be first because I have all the tabs open and I want to close them. It's a selfish reason I want that to be first, but yeah. Can finish up this cough drop, then we'll get started. Deno advent of code? So it's funny, I used Deno for advent of code up until like this most recent year. And I moved over to Bun. Hasn't been that big of a win or a loss, just wanted to try it. Just a quote at the end there. Deno and win prizes. This is actually a really good idea. As someone who like exclusively used Deno for Advent of Code for like 3 years, I like this a lot. I'm not noticing what. And yeah, I think everyone's going to be sick with all the travel. Use Arc, but block the Arc app network traffic. Yeah. That's not a bad idea. Oh, this. I did see people linking this. This is kind of cool. Interesting concept. Saving this to think about more later. I don't think upload thing is going to be... Oh, it is? Shit. 1 million's a big number. Upload thingy? How? What? That's insulting. I would expect t3.gg to be on here, but upload thingy being here, not upload thing. It's got to be the stupid bullshit with the like SSO and or SEO and parsing that we've been dealing with it for fucking ever. We're still not indexed on Bing for dumb fucking reasons. It's destroying my compression. Oh no. It shouldn't be. Like my settings are pretty legit and have like I have a ton of like upward, like my bitrate's insane. I really shouldn't have any problems. Yeah, I have 6,500 kilobit per second encoding for stream, and it's 30 FPS. And I'm not surprised you can't clip from mod view and mobile. Mod view on mobile, it's unexpected that it even fucking exists. And yes, Sporto, good call out. Move before is on the list for today. That's hilarious. I'm not that surprised, but I'm a little disappointed because my setup should be able to handle that. Like this should be able to handle like everything from a video game to scrolling around a site fast. Data fetching tier list eventually. I don't want to do the like how I actually develop with AI video because I've been doing a lot more dev. Yeah, I knew that dogpot. I just was surprised because my settings, like I have double the bitrate I should need because like my bitrate's capable of doing 60 FPS and I'm doing 30. So the fact that it's not high enough is kind of absurd. This one, I'm scared my thoughts on the AI data thing are gonna get people real mad at me. I think people care too much about public data being used in public fashions. It's annoying. Like we've been doing research and analysis via public data for the history of everything. Like since we started doing analysis, the start was always public data. The fact that we are arbitrarily picking certain businesses to not be able to use data that's public and freely available is weird. So what would or wouldn't be considered public data is definitely a spectrum. But within that spectrum, there are certain extremes I think we can all agree on, like an open source platform. Oh, is YouTube chat frozen? Thank you. I'll refresh that. It's because I was switching VPNs a whole bunch. Hopefully we're good there now. Thank you for the call out there. Switch that over to all chat as well. Yeah, so like there's just so much data that I would argue is obviously public, like Blue Sky or blog posts with RSS feeds or open source code. All of these things are, in a very obvious and literal sense, public data. And to arbitrarily restrict who can or cannot use that stuff is just weird. Yeah, but so is Blue Sky and so is GitHub. Like all of these things are obviously intentionally public. And to change your mind on it, it's weird. I appreciate this a lot, Kaleido. I work hard to be a good place for, or to create an environment where people can come and nerd out about shit they're interested in. Like I don't want anyone to be unwelcome in this space. Is something I actually think probably too much about, if anything, but I do care. And yeah. What's this? Ooh. Fun. So this is using Blue Sky, or using the Blue Sky data in Axiom. It is a good platform for that type of data. All of Blue Sky and Axiom. Yep, checks out. That also reminds me, I really need to reach out and like come to new sponsor terms with Axiom. I don't think about it because like y'all are so involved with everything. I need to just record some Axiom ads and hit them up. I'm sure they're more than happy. What you got for me here? Yeah. The free tier is stupid. Fun that you're getting stuff out of my stuff, Cannon. Appreciate it. There's no world in which Arc's going to make it to Linux at this point, sadly. If the separation goes through, it'll be terrible for end users. If it doesn't, it'll be fine. The possibility of it is scary though, and definitely changes the trajectory of the web. Yes. soydev.link/posthog. I'm gonna update my command here. I mean, it's posthog.com/Theo anyways. Same difference. Let's do this drama video. I didn't want to do more drama stuff, but I have to. Let's do the offset first. Offset. We'll aim for 2555. 3, 4. Oh, for pulling the fucking SSD. God damn it. 2610. That's great, Addy. I'm so happy I snagged the soydev.link. Oh shit, thank you, Rav. Yeah, Planet Scale is dope. I've been very happy. Planet Scale's dope, but PostHog is what we're thinking of here. PostHog has been awesome. I don't know how I would do analytics without them. This is interesting. Is this the assignment I'm thinking of? No, but this is very fun. What's this guy? Oh, Redis bullshit. Oh no. Oh no. Quick senior dev career question, sure. Actually, I'm not thanking all my subs. Let me do that while I wait for that question. We got Tramp Boat starting us off. 9 months. Sent from the Galaxy Dishwasher Classic. I feel like what are they called? Like the smart random appliances for IoT has largely died, like the fridges and the dishwashers and shit. Things like that could actually be useful, like laundry machines. Obviously, those are still a thing. I actually like having a smart washer dryer, minus the fact the app is fucking garbage. Yeah, good joke. We got Cervantes here, the 22 months fucking legend. Eva, always good to see you. Thanks for 8 months now. I still owe you money, whether or not you want to take it. I still owe you the fucking money. We got Kusi here with the 21 months of tier 1, 24 months total. Leah Lundquist here, 8 months of tier 1, 18 total. Jiraj, 30 tier 3. Jesus Christ. Got all the OGs. You guys all show up immediately. It's always fantastic to see Leah, of course. It's like all the most familiar names initially. We got Tule's here with the continuing of the gift sub. Thank you so much for that. Got Dom Bale here. 5 months, tier 1, 18, year and a half total. Fucking legend. Viewbot with a heart. OG as fuck. Always good to see you. 17 months in now. The tier 2, the legend, the rare. Thank you as always. Axiom use case just pure logs. I'd say it's like logs plus analysis, like things that your servers do that you want to have some more insight on. It's really good for that. Oh shit, new Josh Comio. Fuck yeah. I need to thank Grandpa here, throwing the 5 gift subs. Appreciate it a ton. Thank you so much. Hope all is well. Reese here, 22 months. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, I keep forgetting tomorrow's Thanksgiving. I'm curious how that'll affect like numbers on videos and things. That was, yeah, fuck. Ben or Gabriel, if one of you could email, I think it was Blacksmith, asked if the video could be not Friday. Just email them and tell them that we moved it to Monday. I would, but I want to open my email client. And if neither of you can, just don't say anything and I'll deal with it later. Yeah, it's this one. That means I can move this here. Cool. I left a little space in the calendar so we can hopefully not move everything around when we get new videos. This is going to be a video for sure. What browser features can you actually use? Thank you. Who linked that again, by the way? XCD. I'm not familiar with you. Thank you for the link. That's a really good thing to share with us. It's not going to be chill for long, Blood Thermic. Don't get too excited. Do browser. Is there another new browser? And they're already, it's 50-50. Like, I never go to somebody's profile and they're just not following me. It's either they're following me or they have me blocked. It's like 50-50. Oh, AI browser. I mean, cool, but not what I want. I see a lot of ways where this will be useful. I've seen a lot of people trying to figure this out. I am definitely going to investigate this more later. Hell, you know what? I'll even put it in my like lots of new browsers video that I've had in my queue forever. More blood for the browser gods. I hate that I'm increasingly tempted to make my own browser. Very true, same cat. Probably because I don't have many moderate opinions myself. I browse, or I like breed it. It is what it is. I don't want to do a browser. I really don't, but all I want is Chrome with the tabs on the side and Command T doing this. I could give up every other Arc feature and not even think twice about it. I don't even need the split view. The split view is nice, but I would like be more than happy to throw that away. Yeah, it's so to be clear, what I want is Zen but Chromium. If Zen was Chromium based, I'd already be on it, but I don't like Firefox. It's just not a reliable enough base. I am probably going to honestly go to Zen for a bit and see how I feel about it. I've been considering it for a while. I just like Chromium. It's more reliable in my life. I tried Edge, but I couldn't get it to do enough of the things I wanted. I couldn't make the sidebar work like at all how I want. I made a video on this. My issue with Arc is that it's slow as fucking hell, uses a ton of battery, it's full of features I don't actually want, and isn't going to be maintained. So I don't feel good recommending it to people. But that's like about it. Like it's fine. I don't hate it, but I'm scared of it. Is the side tabs in Brave actually good? I might give it a go, especially if like as long as I can hide the top nav. That's the key. I need to get rid of the URL bar and shit on top. I need as much real estate as possible for my content. Ooh. You are correct, Gabriel. This is not worth a video, but they were correct for linking it because my state of auth video could actually benefit from this. Other shit. Next, adding an unauthed API. I'm mad about components in Clerk. It'll where makes X slower and I'm upset. Cool. $130 vids to make. That we have a lot more than that to make. This is just the ones that I feel like I'm ready to stream. We already have videos done and scheduled until the 28th of December with everyday posts for the most part. Yeah, we're on the grind. Till end of December. By the end of today's stream, we'll have content until 2025. That's fine, Phase. You're not. You slowed down in the sense you're not grinding out. Oh, you only have 6 things left to edit. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, we'll fill your plate again. Don't worry. I'm on it. I'm gonna follow this dude. He's making interesting stuff. These are cool, but nothing I need to cover. I've needed to look at Vivaldi. Can you hide the top bar like entirely? You can? Okay, I'll put Vivaldi and Brave on the list of things I need to actually try. I don't necessarily want Charm. Oh, is Vivaldi Firefox based? Fuck. At that point, I would just use Zen, honestly. Let me thank everybody that I missed. We got Blood Thermic here with a Prime. Thank you so much. Crazy Phillip, the OG, here for 20 months now. Goddamn. We got Yordis. Always good to see you, man. 14 months in. Did you change your handle? It was Yordis something else before, right? I got Mitchell here with a 23 months. Fucking legend. Oh, it's Chrome based? Okay, if Vivaldi's Chrome based, that just bumped it really high up my, like, consideration. Thank you for admitting you were wrong. And yeah, no. Love you guys. The speed at which you clear up misinformation is huge. Yeah, okay, good. I'm not crazy. I knew you. Oh yeah, you did drop a really useful link earlier. Veet 6. I should probably do Veet 6. The importance of Veet v6. This is something I want to read personally. Not sure if it's content yet, though. You're dropping good shit, though. I appreciate you already, XCD Gene. Are you on Twitter or Blue Sky? If you're on either, drop the link to which you prefer so I can follow you and you'll get priority in my DMs if you have random things you think are worth covering. I need to make better ways for like the people I trust to feed me stuff because my one like private Discord server for it's already getting chaotic. But yeah, like a 2 in 5 hit rate is nuts for sending me links and I want to do videos on them. So good shit. I don't care enough about testing for VTest versus Just. Honestly, I was iffy on this at first. The more I think about it, a general like SSR video could actually be really good. I'll throw that in my pocket. That's fine for now. We'll catch up later. Okay, works for me. Thank you again. Super appreciate it. A sub. I hate Reddit. I fucking hate Reddit so much. I think I already thanked you, Mitchell. Regardless, appreciate you. Almost 2 years now. Fucking legend. And then Taco Bandit here. I haven't seen you in a bit, man. Good to see you. Great username as always. And 9 months of sub. Appreciate it. My thoughts on Svelte versus Next. I keep ignoring YouTube. I'm sorry, guys. My thoughts on Svelte versus Next is Svelte. They feel so different. It's hard to compare for me. Oh yeah, we did hang out at the conference. That's why I was remembering your username. Yeah, fuck yeah. But yeah, the Svelte's like trying to make simple things as simple as possible. And like it's willing to compromise on basically everything for that. Next is trying to change the way we think about the parts as we build. Svelte's trying to simplify. Next is trying to reinvent. And I think that most of the things that you'll feel about those different solutions will stem from there. Runes is the acceptance that as simple as possible wasn't actually possible, so they had to go slightly more complex to not compromise on the capabilities. Thank you so much, Taco, for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Yeah, the capabilities of, like, if runes are the first time I've considered actually using Svelte again. We never need to reinvent anything, but there are so many awesome patterns happening in React and Next right now that every framework is already starting to copy from. There needs to be somewhere where that innovation happens. And it's weird, the most popular solutions, also the most innovative. That's extraordinarily rare in any space, but we're lucky. It's like imagine if Apple made the first folding phone. It would be weird. We expect them to come late to things. React being the first to do a thing consistently is kind of strange. Shit, did you just do 5 tier 2 gifts? Just Elite Hero? Fucking legend. That's nuts. That's like twice as much money. Good shit. Thank you so much for the subs. Oh yeah, React Router 7. Why you should care about React Router v7. Definitely think we can cover today. Good callouts. How many videos we can add before we start? Yeah, funny. Rip. Let's do the material drama. Material UI or material theme VS Code fork drama. Don't make me think about Sophie. I'm just going to get sad. Cool. So I'm supposed to be avoiding drama right now. I'm in the middle of what I'm calling my positivity arc, where I'm trying to focus in on things that I'm more excited about and ignore the things I'm not. But sometimes a disaster happens, and I think it's important to cover it. I actually don't know if I'm going to bother posting this video yet, so if you see it, I'm sorry. But yeah, this is a bit of a mess. Quick TLDR before we go in. Mattia, the creator of the material theme, the color theme for your IDE, probably VS Code, has called out Zed for openly promoting the violation of open source licenses. Normally, I'm the defender of open source. Normally, I'm the one who comes in and says, hey, this little open source project's getting screwed over. Not this time. This is a flagrant attempt. This is a disgusting attempt at using the goodwill you've built on an old open source project to force others to do your bidding and try to squeeze money out of it. And I'm going to explain why in just a second. First, we need to hear from today's sponsor. Cool. Okay, so what's actually going on here? First and foremost, you might have noticed I'm on archive.ph. I had a feeling this blog post was going to disappear, and I was right, it did. You know that I did this because of a GitHub repo that we'll show in just a minute. I got more involved in this than I had planned to. The call out here is that apparently Zed, the other growing IDE, the one that isn't a VS Code fork, the one that's like a full-on from scratch solution, they added the material theme because someone else contributed it, and they merged it, and now it's one of the official plugins. This dev, Mattia, was not very happy about that. Mattia opened this issue. Cool. I actually think this is still up, so if I can find that, cool, yeah. Mattia opened an issue on GitHub about this. It is in the extensions repo, cool. This is in the right place. Is this the one that I'm thinking of? Because he opened two. Yeah, it is cool. Mattia opened this issue in the Zed Industries GitHub repo for extensions, and it's a bit of a mess. He calls out that the theme that Codexter, the contributor who put it in Zed, made is intentionally infringing upon the license of the original material theme. If we go to the material themes license quick, if we hop here, VSC material theme, go to license, you might notice this doesn't look anything like licenses you've seen before. It's because he wrote it himself, and this license has been changed a lot in the last few days. No, since November 8th, it's changed 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Yeah. Remember that date, November 8th, because you might also notice November 8th, when this was opened. Catching on? If we scroll a bit further, you'll see I still can't believe his thing here is to say like Zed is destroying open source. It's absurd. If I haven't already said this, which, by the way, before I forget, no brigading, no harassment. Do not go after this dude. It will not benefit anyone in any way. I am just calling this out because it is egregious misunderstandings of open source and a level of entitlement that I've never seen before. And I want us as a community to understand when these things happen so that we don't act dumb. Anyways, let me find the other issue here. Yeah. This was where it all started. This was 3 weeks ago, still that November 8th date. This was between two of those license changes, by the way. We give you 1 week to unpublish the extension from the Z extension marketplace. In the meanwhile, we contacted the Z team and GitHub to ask them to force removal. Thank you. One more thing here. The theme is not open source, and it's a pay extension. You might be starting to catch on to what happened here. Let me see if I can find, maybe I have it in my notes. Here we are. This is an issue I found from August 10th because he hasn't purged the discussions yet. Since we moved to closed source and are planning to make our extension behind payment, we are here to ask your feedback about what would be a good price to use material theme and material theme icons. Yeah. There's a couple callouts in here that I actually hit him up about to get more info on, and I have concluded at this point that literally all of them are bullshit. The big thing here, there haven't been any contributions to our project in 9 years, so we feel like it's time for a change. There is no we, it's just him. He booted the other dev. There's no contributions because he was an asshole to everybody who tried to file a PR, moving the goalpost over and over again until they all gave up and said, can you just take over this PR? And then he either would copy their code and not give them credit or just not. It's hard to prove this, by the way, because of the most fun thing, which is that he nuked the GitHub repo. There is nothing here anymore. He is trying to make it look like this project wasn't open source and didn't have certain licenses that it had in the past. All of the Git history in particular is gone. And there's an easy way to figure that out, by the way. If you go to forks, you can find this fork that someone happened to make 7 months ago that has all 1,035 commits. And you'll see in here that there's a license that hasn't been changed for 6 years, which means this was the license, and it's Apache. So the theme that he is so messy about, the thing he is so angry about, was Apache licensed. And when the repo that he is complaining about was created, it was still under the Apache license. Since then, he has changed the license, hidden the fact that it was previously under a different license, and is now trying to threaten people, saying that they're destroying open source, when he is literally going out of his way to destroy open source. His own open source work, and the work that I don't know how many others contributed to because he's hidden it from us, that work has been pulled away from the open source world. He literally lit open source work on fire and is now blaming others for it. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. And I want to give credit where it's due. Codexter, who made the original theme here, handled this incredibly well. Not the place I was looking for. It's here. I'll respond to the alleged license violation in the next comment. Before we go there, I'd like to thank you for the work you did on the material theme extensions for Sublime Text and VS Code. I came across them years ago and tried them out. I liked them so much that when I wanted to create a new theme for the Notepad++ editor, I took inspiration from the color scheme of your extensions as mentioned in the README file for the theme. That was back in 2018. The theme I created is still available here, and your color scheme had a significant influence on how it turned out. If memory serves, the color scheme of your theme used to be available on your GitHub repo back in those days. A lot has changed since then. In fact, the GitHub repo for material theme extension for Sublime Text no longer exists, and the one for the Visual Studio Code extension has been overhauled. Overhauled's an interesting word for nuking, but yeah, Codexter, phenomenal comms here. First off, thanking him for his work and calling out how inspired he was. And right underneath, calling out how absurd this is. The exact version of the material theme free extension in question is 34.7.5, which was the latest version available on the VS Code marketplace at the time of creating the extension. And it had a different license. This one was still one of his weird custom licenses that isn't like a real thing. The material license theme and agreement, but it did not have the restrictions around republishing here, because turns out if you're writing your own license, you're probably not writing it correctly, which is why he revised it 8 times in the same day. What the hell? And I've seen people in chat already saying some questionable things, specifically that he admitted that he took inspiration, which is bad in a potential legal battle. It doesn't matter if the license of the thing he was inspired by was Apache license. It's one of the most open licenses available. Yeah. You're using the same name, same colors, same color combination, same variant names, even the same preview screenshots. That's not taking inspiration. The only thing here you could possibly make the argument for is the preview screenshots, and even then, it's bullshit. As was called out by Not Peter from the Zed team. A preserved fork of your repository contains the Apache 2 license as recently as August 2024. Codexter in the Zed material theme is also available under the same Apache 2 license. The license contains the following provision. Grant of copyright license. Subject to the terms and conditions of this license, each contributor hereby grants to you a perpetual, worldwide, non-exclusive, no-charge, royalty-free, irrevocable copyright license to reproduce, prepare derivative works of, publicly display, publicly perform, sublicense, and distribute the work and such derivative works in source or object form. This is a you can do whatever the fuck you want clause that existed on this code base for 9 years that he is trying to hide. What the fuck? It's important to note the word irrevocable here. Because despite this dev's attempts to revoke it, apparently he lied about no contributors. Because if we go to an archive link of the repo before he nuked it, there were 93 contributors. Wild. It's almost like everything this dude does is lie. It's almost like he's incapable of telling the truth. We can even see all of his force pushes here nuking everything in the history. Kind of hilarious. See all these force pushes and all of these license changes? This is him pretending that it wasn't an open source project. Absolute absurdity. People seem to forget the internet is forever and open source isn't the thing you can just undo. If you deprecate the open source version and you make your own separate closed source version, that's fine and cool. But you have to be okay with the fact that some people are going to keep using the old open source version, maybe even keep maintaining it, maybe even build something better than what you built. I had a thing I wanted to look at here. I distracted myself. Anyways. Yeah. This reply from Peter, as I was saying before, is great because you can't just revoke this. It seems like there was a particular salty thing that the original dev had where, is it called out in here? He had tried to make his own paid material theme for Zed, and they didn't merge his, instead merged this open source one that Codexter made. And he's just flipping a shit about it. And I don't take well to these things. I'll prove how not well I take to these things because I have my own version now. I forked Dragma's fork, and I will, to the best of my ability, keep this alive. This is the material theme, but I won't sue edition. This is my fork of material theme from the last time, as far as I can find, that it was actually open source and that it was actually Apache licensed. And now you can install this version or fork this version or use it for whatever you want. And I promise I will not sue you for your use of this project. I might still sue you for other things in the future if you're an asshole, but at the very least, you won't be sued for using this, which is more than can be promised with the other version of the theme. So if you do use the material theme, which admittedly, I don't, you can go to install the extension, search material theme, make sure you add t3.gg here so you can find the I won't sue version. And it's important that I can understand why people might question me doing this. Like, why am I, as a YouTuber, the person who is forking this theme that I don't even use? The reason is because I'm a YouTuber, not because I'm going to get a bunch of attention for doing this or it's going to make good content. I don't even know if I'm going to publish this video yet. The reason that I should be the one doing it is I already have a legal team. I already have a public presence. And there is no way in which he can do his bullshit against me. I'd love to challenge him to. Mattia, if you're going to waste somebody's time, waste mine. Don't waste actual open source devs who are dedicating their lives to making the ecosystem better. Go after the big boys, not after the people who are smaller than you, which is saying a lot because it's hard to be smaller than a petty dev who made a theme 9 years ago with a name that isn't even his and is trying to squeeze cash out of it. That's pretty low. It is what it is. You did this to yourself, bud. And by the way, if you're curious how big the maintenance burden is on this project, it's 1,600 lines of TypeScript. This is not a project that takes a lot of effort to build and maintain. I don't know what delusional world he's in where he needs to make money to keep this theme alive. It's absurdity. Material's not even his fucking trademark. It's the Material UI standard from Google that he has admittedly called himself inspired by. And now is a color theme based on Google stuff. It is going after people for trademark of the name Material theme. Oh, even better. Apparently, he doesn't even know how to maintain the TypeScript part. So he's looking for others to help because the other dev that worked with him quit because he's insane. God. Yeah, at this point, I just think this dude doesn't understand open source. There's a thing I've seen others fall into before, and it's a painful pattern, and this is a great example of it. If you make a popular thing, it feels like it's taken over your entire life. If you have like a meme that blew up, or you have an open source project that suddenly got a ton of attention, it feels like this thing is now bigger than yourself. And with that feeling comes almost like an obligation to keep going. It's very hard for people to have one thing blow up bigger than anything they've done before and not try to double down in some way. It's just a human instinct, and people fall for this all the time. And it seems like this particular dev, designer, whatever he wants to call himself, had a surprisingly good roll of luck making the original Material theme for Sublime Text back in the day. It hasn't done anything as big since. And instead of trying to do different things, he's trying to squeeze every little bit of juice out of this one thing he did 9 years ago, as though there is something in there to squeeze. But the only thing in there that he's squeezing out is good faith and trust, and now there's none left. If you did something that was big, the solution isn't to... If you did something that went surprisingly well, don't squeeze it until it's dead. Find other things you can do. If you found massive success once, you can find it again. It's just incredibly rare you'll find it from that first thing you did. For myself, when I have a YouTube video that blows up, the instinct is always make a similar video, cover the topic again, do a part 2. You have to fight that instinct. It doesn't work. If I have a video that blows up, I try to avoid the topic for at least 10 videos to give it the space to breathe and to keep exploring and trying out new things. You got to do something different. You can't take this 1,600 line of code project that you've barely maintained for 9 years and try to squeeze its users for money. It makes no sense at all. Just because your whole life is dedicated to this theme doesn't mean its users are that dedicated too. And you have to understand the difference there. Just because you've surrounded yourself entirely with this theme doesn't mean anyone else thinks about it that way. And you have to be able to take the step back, recognize reality, and do something actually valuable. Not whatever the hell you're doing here, man. I got nothing else. This one pissed me off. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, I promise I won't sue you. Cool. Make the videos you want to watch that nobody else made. Thank you, Ryden. I missed Ducks Under here dropping 10 gift subs in the middle of that. Really appreciate that, as well as resubbing. Fucking legend. Thank you so much, Ducks. Also, like, just a phenomenal username, Ducks Under Doors. Appreciate it, Agor. Did Linus and Luke have some open source licensing drama that I missed? Oh shit. Oh shit. One of the few people that made me feel short in the last year. Well, appreciate the gift subs, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. I have to do a video, but I'll do a quick like 2 to 3 sentence where I try to go at the thing a different angle. I'll try to like give the alternative take, but often I can't because I just can't good faith it. So I go at a different approach. I've hit my legal team, I'd say like twice-ish a year at best right now. It's rare I need to. Fucking love those guys though. So I have a team for my business that I'm not super happy with for paying, like the Y Combinator funded company, and I have a separate legal team for myself and my content stuff. I prefer to not go too much into details for when I've needed to use them. It's just people being fucking insane on the internet and stalking me and shit. Just like letting them know that there are consequences to their actions. I'm not using arm cord. I'm using leg cord because arm cord is not legal because it has the word arm in it and they got sued for it, which is really silly. But I use leg cord. Yes, it's fine. I don't know if it's against terms or not. I don't care. If I get banned for using leg cord, I will cause such a fucking fuss. I don't employ my legal team. They're a separate entity. Devil's advocate for this open source drama. I'm happy this one is going in the video. So the way in which this dude writes his fucking essays about things as the reply to everything combined, excuse me, the way this dude like writes an essay to respond to everything combined with the hiding of things and the deleting of things and the obsessive attempts to control the comms and the way that this is being presented, it doesn't feel like the usual guy being an asshole. This feels like mental illness. And I like genuinely hope the guy gets offline and gets some help. And it feels bad going at somebody who's clearly having an episode of some form, but the potential impact and damage this could have on brands and individuals and open source spaces is great enough that it's not worth the risk. And I felt obligated to jump on this one because I'm used to dealing with people who are going kind of insane on the internet. So there's your reroll. I feel bad because I think this guy's having a mental health crisis right now. It's like the actual only way I can explain his behavior. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Gamer Girl. I don't think mental illness is an excuse for being an asshole. Like, I know some people who have really severe issues that are phenomenal human beings that go out of their way to, like, do the best they can do. And if you don't have, at the very least, support systems to get you to take a step back, kind of crazy. And, like, what happens is bound to happen at that point. I talked about this with Prime a while back. It's just like none of us want to do a podcast. Like the thing with a podcast is you need someone whose job it is to run it. And that's why the top shelf that Prime and Tej are doing works, because Tej is like effective full-time job is that. And Prime is just the person who shows up and does the thing. None of us three would want to do that work, and the return for it wouldn't be high enough to. None of us just like podcasts. We're all like very different formats of creators. Yeah, the last thing the world needs is another 3 white dudes doing a podcast together. Absolute last thing we need right now. Oh shit, Dan, I didn't know you were editing for Tej. Good shit. I chat with Danny Amarov a good bit. I fucking love him. I haven't tried the new agent stuff. I am actually going to do a video about some of that. This isn't priority, but I'll move it over for now. I have a video on the queue, like how I use AI to write code that I want to do, where I just talk about the things I've been using AI tools and like obviously the stuff I've been using Cursor for that I think will be good. TBD. Ooh. Who is the video, though? Oh, Billy. I don't care. That's a fun drama. You found that on GitHub trending? Oh, shit. Good find. I was wondering how you were finding this shit. GitHub trending is a weird source. I found this drama because I was checking a dev.to article, and it was the top recommendation. I was like, what the fuck did Zed do? And I checked, it's like, oh, Zed did nothing. Microservice, like the reason you need a microservice is so specific to the thing that you're doing with the microservice that you can't really make a tutorial with it. That'd be like making a tutorial on like how to take a picture. Depending on what you're taking a picture of, what camera you're using, and so many other things, the way you take a picture is fundamentally different. You can't have like a one-stop, here is how to take a photo course, because it's always going to be so different. Yeah, I watched that whole talk live and covered it in my video. Speaking of which, I want to see how my latest video is doing. So I've never posted while at the same time I'm live, and it is killing. Okay. I didn't expect that. Celebrate with me, chat. We got a 1 out of 10. We haven't had one of these in a minute. 10K plays in the first hour and 10 minutes is nuts for us. It's the Tailwind V4 video, by the way. Very excited. Good shit. We needed that for a minute. I'm too bad at kickflips. I could do a tray flip tutorial. Haven't used Zen since I covered it. I'll probably try it again in the near future. It's a good thing we have so many Tailwind videos in the queue. I haven't watched the new Sam video. I saw it's in my like watch later right now. I love Sam so much. Definitely want to watch that. Sam's fun because he's like so smart and has really good intuition about like 90% of things. And then there's like 10% where he's just wrong, but is very fun to talk about with and disagree with. Like he's not wrong in the way that he gets like it's frustrating to interact with him. He's wrong in the way where it's actually really fun to have the back and forth and see if you can help him rethink how he's thinking about the thing. And I've had pretty good luck with that overall. So yeah, I love Sam. He's super fun to interact with. He's a good example of the type of person that I like disagreeing with a lot because it's always a fun conversation. Even if I don't necessarily learn a whole bunch from it, I see him learning and I better my arguments and my way of presenting my way of thinking. I've bettered how I present things like server components through my weird arguments with Sam at random conferences. Great dude. It's Sam Selikoff, for those wondering. Also a fucking riot, party animal, lunatic. One of the few people I know that can keep up with Ken Wheeler. That is correct, Angels. I stream once a week and I spread the videos out over time. I have over 40 videos recorded in the backlog right now and I'm adding a bunch more to it and recording things that are a bit more breaking news to ship sooner. Try their clam. You meant calm, I'm sure, but I don't necessarily think calm is necessary, but respectful is necessary, where we understand each other and that there's a reason they think that way. And the gap is some amount of like information that's different. Because I've had some heated, like I've even gotten like in trouble at work because a third party watched me going back and forth with somebody really heated and the third person got uncomfortable. And no foul to them. I understand if you're new to the team and you see me and like some other senior dev just going fucking at it. It's easy to feel uncomfortable if you're not used to that environment. I totally understand. No hard feelings to the person who was concerned at that moment. But it doesn't mean it was not a useful disagreement. Like, we ended up changing the direction of a product we were building as a result of that argument. It was an important one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've noticed whenever I talk about... I'm trying to remember for this. When I talk about a popular thing being good, out of nowhere, we get so much brain rot in the comments. It's unbelievable. If I defend Apple, if I defend Google, if I defend JavaScript, if I defend Electron, if I defend any of these things that are really popular, people come out of the woodworks to be fucking stupid about it. It's weird. It's really strange. I've started to understand it's once you become the default in a thing, you no longer get the protection of being the underdog, and people no longer perceive it as harmful to go after you. And people's willingness to just dig and dig and dig goes up a ton once a certain threshold has been reached in popularity. Like, we just watched this happen to MKBHD, where he is now popular enough that anything he does even slightly wrong is going to be blown up beyond fucking proportion. To be clear, the speeding in a fucking school zone, entirely unacceptable. He should be fucked for that. But the amount that the wallpaper thing blew up, that was stupid. That was absurd. His goal there was to help artists make money on their graphics work, not to make a shitload of money. His way of presenting it was slightly wrong. His angle there wasn't great. He didn't think it through enough. But none of those are big enough mistakes to get fucking decimated like he did for it. And I honestly believe the only reason it happened is because he is so popular that now it's cool to go after him. And I hate that. It's funny because, like, I'm like the hipster guy. I was in high school listening to the shit nobody had ever heard of. It was like my whole thing. My brand was like being into things early. But now I'm stuck defending the popular shit because it's popular for a reason. MKBHD has a huge YouTube channel because he's fucking good at YouTube and explaining things that people care about in the tech space. React is popular because it's a great framework and it solves most people's problems, for the most part, relatively well. Chrome is popular because it's a good fucking browser that pushed the web forward aggressively. And it broke out of the Internet Explorer defaults, which is nuts. I had somebody in the comment section saying that I'm stupid for thinking Google won by being better. It's clear they're just flexing their monopoly. I was like, you know they were competing with a monopoly, right? You know that 90% plus of the web was using the browser that came with the operating system before Chrome? Chrome was the first browser to be good enough and exciting enough that people would go to the website and install it themselves. That's not monopoly. That's quality. That's delivering something nobody else was delivering at the time. Chrome won fair and fucking square, and I'll defend it accordingly. So yeah, when I defend something that's popular, brain rot shows up. That's just the nature of the internet. If you have examples of them abusing a monopoly position to stay the default, I would be very willing to change my stance on this. I've just never seen a compelling example. The closest thing I've seen, and it wasn't even holding the Chrome monopoly, it was using the Chrome monopoly to hold other things, was the code in Chrome that gives Google Meet a couple extra permissions that other services don't get. I'm jealous of my resilience to bad faith brain rot. I don't know why I'm like this. I have seen grep. This actually is really cool, and there's a fun project being worked on internally about that I'm very excited to cover when it's done. Got a couple friends working on that. I have this really, like, the thing that I am the luckiest about, like the thing that I like count my fucking blessings about, is that the people who I've looked up to my entire career and inside and outside of tech, a lot of them are friends of mine now. I'm so lucky that people like Tanner Lindsley, Ryan Carniato, Fred Schott, Jens from the Radix team, fucking all the people hanging out here with us right now, people from the music world like John Wayne, all these fucking legends that I grew up learning from are now friends. And if I do fuck up, if I do overstep, if I am wrong, I have relationships with all of them where they're not scared to tell me that. And even if my initial gut feel is, what the fuck are you saying? I just take the step back, think about it longer, and can adjust accordingly. I've now done this for years, and I've gotten relatively good at honing in and, I don't say doing the right thing, but doing a good enough thing most of the time, that if I'm getting a bunch of hate from people who have anime profile pictures and usernames I've never seen before, and I haven't gotten a fucking word from the people I trust, like look at there, Jacob right here. I would never doubt that if I fucked up, Jacob would be in my DMs as soon as he saw it. And if none of the people I trust are telling me I fucked up, then I'm probably doing fine. I feel you on this, Dan. One of the things that's actually made me quite upset, I'll check this in just a sec. One of the things that's made me upset is I've done a lot of videos that I would consider, how to put it? I've done a lot of videos that are trying to say your tech stack doesn't matter that much, stop over worrying about it, and they never perform. I've tried so many times to re-roll that and like package it in different ways, and it just, no one ever cares. I almost want to roll it again just to see if I can pull it off this time, but every single time I've tried to do a your stack doesn't matter take, no one watches it. It's within my worst performing videos. No one cares about not caring about your stack. Everyone cares about caring too much about their stack, and it's annoying and it's heartbreaking because I don't like I use a lot of services that use stacks I would never fucking use, and I don't care because they work well. Yeah, pick what motivates you to finish the thing and maintain the thing. Don't pick what you heard is the best. If something being the best is motivating for you, if you see the new things going on in Next.js and they're exciting and that's motivation to finish the thing, awesome, do it. If you're only learning the new things you feel obligated to because you're seeing stuff about it, not because you want to, don't fucking touch it. Go build stuff. Let's see. This first means we give up configuration that's deterministic. We must figure out how to runtime execute the CSS to know what's allowed. It used to be that we did not know what CSS class to remove. Now we don't know what plugin or Tailwind thing can be safely disabled. In the runtime sense, perhaps, but all of the like Tailwind is a compiler first and foremost. And if their compiler can do this with the CSS, which it can already, it doesn't matter. I already checked, and when you add new configs in the CSS, their prettier plugin and VS Code extension knows and can handle things accordingly. I know CSS is not like deterministic in the same way that TypeScript is, but it can be parsed and consumed that way. So if they hadn't done the work for all of those parts, I would totally agree with you, but I had no problems with the way they set it up, so I don't think it matters that much. Oh shit, you're almost done with a Tailwind to StyleX. Oh boy. That's fair. I just don't find it that important. Console tribalism, yep. Not wrong. And I say this as an Xbox fanboy that can defend a lot of things about Xbox. Rabid fanboys are the worst. I haven't seen as many rabid Xbox fanboys, but PlayStation fanboys, absolutely. Fanboys in general, ugh, drives me mad. And it's funny, I get perceived as one, but I just try to deeply understand the thing that's going on, and I have issues with everything I like. If you can't poke some hole in something you like, then rethink it. You really should be able to. Oh, this is just types. Interesting. But it is part of the Tailwind to StyleX project. Not even writing it in TypeScript, SMH. So the issue here, Francisco, is you can't make good decisions when you don't know what's out there and what the differences are. I've been baited into doing this. We'll probably do it later. We need to film more videos. We're at one video and an hour and a half, so Let's get to work. Get all this shit open. Oh, I can finally go and close all the tabs I have here. Nice. Okay, this has to be in the Chrome Canary. There a way I can do that without having to change the focus? If I do this in a browser that doesn't have it, cool. Okay, I think I have everything I need for this one. This will be fun. This sounds cursed. Let's do move before. Cool. The browser is capable of some incredible things, but there's also some things it just inexplicably can't do. One of those things, believe it or not, is move an element. Yes, there's no way in the browser to move an element from one place to another. You can delete it in one place and recreate it somewhere else, but that breaks for all sorts of different reasons. Thankfully, this is going to change very soon with the new dom.moveBefore API, and I'm really excited. This is obviously going to benefit us greatly as React devs because we can move elements around without losing state, but this goes way beyond what we can do with React. If you don't It's important to understand what types of bugs can be caused by moving elements around first, and we're going to go through all of that and showcase why this new API is so cool and exciting right after a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. So, here is a demo page that was created so that we can see this flag working. This is in Arc, which is Chromium based, but it's not on the latest Canary of Chrome, so we can't see this feature in action here, which is good because we'll see how things break. If I open up a dialog here and I click reparent, so it's changing which place this dialog was opened in. So it's red if it's on the red side and it's blue if it's on the blue side. If we look at the HTML here, we will see that we have left, which is that red section, and we have a dialog as a child. But when you open a dialog element, it does this by default and becomes like the top of the page. It's the official like web standard for modal stuff. But when I click reparent, that same element gets moved to the right with the exact same properties. But since the element was moved, it breaks the browser state and it's no longer a modal. It's now here instead. It's just weird. And this happens with a lot of different things. If we have an iframe, which I'm going to mute the music of as quick as I possibly can. We have this music video from YouTube playing. Certainly not something we've ever heard before. If I click reparent, we lost the state. It's no longer playing because we had to delete and recreate the element. Let's check this out in the new Chrome Canary version. Now, if we have a dialog, let me go back to the dialog example. Now, if we have a dialog and I click reparent, since it's just moving the element, its state isn't lost. It maintains its state as a modal. If we take the Rickroll and I reparent it, it keeps playing. Pretty cool, right? If this seems familiar to you, you're probably a dedicated Theo watcher because I've covered ways to do this in React in the past, and it was not fun. I made a tool at Twitch called ModView with a small team of super talented devs. Here is ModView. There's a couple things about ModView that were really important for us to get right. The big one is that everything is customizable. So I can move chat over to the side here. It still is getting messages. It's in the exact same state it was in before. We haven't lost any of our message history. And if I pull it back, it's exactly the way it was. I moved that element from place to place. And if I was using React the traditional way and had put this element here, like just as a DOM element in the virtual DOM, and then moved it to somewhere else in the tree, all of that state would get lost every time you move. If you have something like a video player that's playing, it broke terribly. I have a whole video about how I built this. Phase sneak the thumbnail and title somewhere on the screen for me. It's the ModView coolest thing I ever built video. The solution to this problem was a bunch of hacks using React's portal primitive, where I could render the elements in the virtual DOM in one place and then change where they are in the real DOM later. I'm changing where the React code is being output instead of changing which element is currently where on the page. Not the easiest thing in the world to fucking build. It was not fun. And now it's not even necessary with these new APIs. I don't have this open for sure. Let me find... Credit to Sebastian Lorber, by the way, for both getting me in the know on this on Blue Sky. How am I not following him on Blue Sky? What the fuck? You should be following him on Blue Sky too. And me if you want. Anyways, he called out that this was going to find its way into React, and look at that. It's already been merged as an experiment. A long-standing issue for React has been that if you reorder stateful nodes, they may lose their state and reload. The thing moving loses its state. There's no way to solve this in general where two stateful nodes are swapping. The move before proposal has now moved to intent to ship. The function is kind of like insert before, but it preserves state. There's a demo here. Ideally, we'd like to port this demo to a fixture so that we can try it ourselves. Yeah. Pretty cool. If this makes it into the browser, and this also makes it into React, one of the main reasons I recommended using portals goes away. With dialog killing the need to use portals for z-index shit, and with move before killing the need to maintain your state externally by putting a node somewhere and porting it out somewhere else, the need for portals is going down massively, which is great. These are the things the browser should be focused on, making it so frameworks don't need to do hacks to make general experiences work. This is the direction I think the browser should be going in, making it easier for people to make great experiences and be less reliant on frameworks hacking around the limitations of the browser. These features make React better, and they make not using React better too. That's great. Sebastian even called out here that HTMX has already added this feature because for HTMX, it makes a ton of sense. You don't need to pull in a full framework. You just want to move elements around. Now you can without losing anything. That's great. And there were still exceptions with the React way before too. If you had an iframe, that's still going to lose its state. I did see the demo here. Okay. There's a couple other examples that were in that demo that were really hard for me to show, but I'm going to start typing here, sup nerds, please sub, and I press enter, And since it reparented, I'm no longer able to type in it because it lost focus. That's because the state of the element, including things like focus, blur state, all of these things, those are all part of your element in its current state. When you reparent, you're deleting and recreating it, as you see in the code here. To do this, we have, if the event key, or if event.key is enter, then we prevent the default and we remove the input and move it somewhere else. That kills the focus state, as it intuitively should. If you remove an element that isn't in focus, or I think that kind of intuitively makes sense. If you remove an element that's in focus, it shouldn't be in focus anymore. But what if you don't want to remove it, you just want to move it? Now we finally can. I'm very excited about it. That's actually a really good one too. Do I want to include that? God, as I do these demos, I'm realizing how many things I just haven't been able to build the way I want because they break. If you have a full screen element and you change what its parent element is, it breaks the full screen. Now I'm not full screen anymore. I have to re-request the full screen. But if we hop back over to my Chrome Canary here, request full screen, we could reparent all we want. Totally fine. This is huge. This is great. I do see some concerns about accessibility in chat. I would make the argument of the opposite, where if I, as the dev building the site, want to move the element somewhere else as part of the like technical implementation, but for the user intuitively, losing focus doesn't make sense, that breaks. There was no option for me to allow a user to maintain their input as things around it changes. And there are cases where that would be inaccessible, but there are just as many, if not more, where that would be more accessible. Like imagine you have a screen reader and the layout of the page shifted, but you were in the middle of doing something in an input. Losing focus on that thing is way less intuitive to you if you can't see the screen shifting. I would make the argument that if I'm a dev implementing these types of things, having the browser primitive to not lose focus makes it way easier for me to do the right thing for the user. That said, generally speaking, the approach that works for accessibility isn't to check every box in a checklist and suddenly you have an accessible site. It's to do your best, follow standards to the best of your ability, and be very open for input and like contact. The most important thing for accessibility is to be accessible. The team building the thing should be able to be reached out to by people who are running into accessibility problems on the service. If the person using a screen reader can't hit up the team building the thing that has screen reader problems, it doesn't matter how many standards you followed at that point. And features like this make it way easier to solve some of those problems once they're reported to you and possibly even avoid them in the first place. So I think this is a win for accessibility. Having browser standards that make this easier to do is always going to be good. Having more tools that let us solve problems that users have, regardless of their specific needs, almost always a good thing. And this is absolutely the case where it will be a great thing. I am super hyped about this change. Let me know what you guys think. Are you going to be using dom.move before, or are you just going to wait for it to show up in your favorite frameworks, or are you going to ignore it entirely? Let me know. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Cool. That goes in here for sure. This is a fair point, Sean. I am surprised. Considering how many of y'all are hanging out right now. You got 330 of you guys and only, if the command minus a bit, 80 likes. You know the like button's free, guys. You can just hit it. Little thumbs up. Helps us out. If you don't mind. Maybe I'll show YouTube chat more if you do it. Who knows? You didn't know I recorded my videos on stream? I've been surprised how people don't know this. But yeah, almost all my videos are recorded on stream. Thank you. It's almost like if you do something for a while, that you get good at it. Cool. We're at 2 videos, an hour and a half. We're not doing too bad time-wise. Better than I expected. Firefox has a lot of core issues that frustrate me, especially around video stuff. Its AV layer is fucking trash. It's so bad. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, I had to grab my water. Anyways. Well, let's see if I could find like a good code example for the video, but everything I saw was this. I don't want to put people through that, and I don't feel like doing the work to make a simpler to understand version. Maybe the source code for this might have some stuff that's useful. Oh, they're using React for this. I wouldn't have guessed. Maybe not. Maybe the React was something else, like an extension or something I had installed. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Yeah, not much worth showing. What do you got for me here? Apple opaque capacity. Not sure. Yeah, I'll be offline for Advent of Code. I don't do them live. I can't. There's a strict rule. If you have a chance of making it into the top 200, you can't show yourself doing it because others can use your results to cheat. So I'm like, I could go live after the first 200 people finish, but I don't know. That's personal time. I don't write code for the first time on stream very often. My advice for launching a product is launch it. Stop over planning it. Just do it. You'll never launch perfectly. You'll always have things you regret about your launch. If you don't regret anything about your launch, you launch too late. Just get it out. You'll get better feedback if it's released than if you're planning the release. Like, just imagine like somebody hits you up like, what advice can you give me about launching a product? Versus, here's a link to my product. What advice do you have for me now? Obviously, the latter is going to be more useful. You should do that. I'll be talking about this a bit today, but I don't do it live because that's like a very personal process for me. I want to do the re-render one because I've been thinking about this a lot. think I have what I need to start this. Let's do it. I'm assuming you're not here, Aiden, but yeah, if you are, let me know. Oh shit, you are. Cool. Rad. Keep an eye on things. Let me know if I miss important shit. I'm going to do my best to cover this one. I like this, actually. Fire aim ready. I'm screenshotting that. Link this after I film, Yortis. Gotta do the React Rerender video. I'm sure you guys have already figured out I like React quite a bit, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have its problems. There's one that is pretty big that we can't ignore. The Rerender problem. Here is a video that Aiden made showcasing how bad re-renders are on a pretty popular site you might have heard of. It's called GitHub. As you scroll up and down the page, all of those flickers are components re-rendering as you navigate. And that's not only not good, it's pretty bad. And we need to talk about it, as well as how to fix it. But first, a real quick word from today's sponsor. Anyways, quick bias check before we go any further. Aiden built a company that makes it easier to make your React apps not so slow, and I'm an investor in said company, Million Lint. Cool crew. Account for the bias. These are problems I've talked about before, and I will continue talking about in the future. We'll get there when we get there. Right now, we need to focus on how bad this is, or according to some people like Kitsa, isn't. 99.9% of people won't notice anything. Re-rendering is fine. I fall somewhere in between here. The first thing we need to understand is what even is a re-render? Is this an element reappearing on the page, or is this some other thing? In order to understand this, we first need to understand a little bit about React, because React is not a traditional framework like the ones that came before it. The big thing that React did differently is it decided that your UI should just be a consequence of your state. Previously, you would write out your HTML, you would have data somewhere coming from the web, coming from the user doing things, and then when interactions happened, the data would say, okay, this specific element should be updated when this changes. That fundamentally shifted with React. The way that React's been described is UI is function of state. That's a weird way to think about your applications, and at first people were not digging it. What do you mean we just write our state and the UI comes out, and when the state changes, the UI updates automatically? That's terrifying. It's just going to run all of the time. And if it did just update the elements on the page every single time anything changed, that would be really slow. And that's why React introduced a concept called the virtual DOM. I've drawn this diagram out so many times, but I don't feel like finding mine, so we're just going to grab this one. That's a fun problem. Open image in new tab. Let's get the picture. Cool. My face is covering the words virtual DOM here, but hopefully you understand at this point the difference here. The way React works is when an update happens, let's say you had a use state here in this element there, and that use state causes other things to be different, the virtual DOM will check and find those differences. And then once it's identified that that is different from how it was before, then it tells the browser to make the change. So React re-rendering does not mean that the page is getting a new element every single time. What it means is that React is checking to see if it needs to update the element or not. And those checks are significantly cheaper than if they actually just updated the element on the page every time. And it also prevents things from breaking that might have broken otherwise. But the key is that these re-renders are relatively cheap. That has a problem, though. Since they're usually pretty cheap, we have stopped thinking about them as React devs. And most React devs don't check to see how often they're re-rendering, even ones at a big company like GitHub. And we see this because after Aiden's thing went viral, Martin Woodward replied and fixed it. And Aiden showed here, the problem just went away. There's no more re-renders. It's not that hard to fix, but nobody notices, especially those of us using our fancy M4 Max MacBook Pros that cost $6,000. Like, we won't notice the lag from our JavaScript rerunning and rechecking things it doesn't need to. That doesn't mean we shouldn't check, and it doesn't mean people aren't suffering from these things. I'm sure there's plenty of people on lower-end computers that had a much worse experience on GitHub because of all of this JavaScript that didn't need to run continuing to run. And yes, the wealthiest of us using these fancy computers won't notice, and if your goal is to maximize the income per person, it probably doesn't matter too much. But if your goal is to make great software, you should probably start looking into these things and using the tools being created by the community to prevent this stuff. What did you link earlier here? Yeah. Ooh, actually, yeah. Phase, cut the virtual DOM part. Either remove it entirely and use this instead, or put this there if it makes sense to. Cool. Just got linked an awesome blog post by our friends over at Million about why this works this way in React. The virtual DOM was created to address performance issues caused by the frequent manipulation of the real DOM. Again, if React just checks everything from where the state changes down, that has real performance impact. And you can't just update every single element when you change the top nav's state. You can't re-render every single element. So in order to keep that from destroying you, the virtual DOM was created as a representation so that they can identify what doesn't need to be updated. So if we have this React component, numbers, has foo, bar, baz as a child of bar, and then another boo here. When React renders this component, it will go through the process of diffing, checking the changes, and reconciliation, which is updating the DOM as a result of the changes that it finds. So we have the current virtual DOM. We moved some things. The virtual DOM now looks like this. But if there is nothing in the real DOM that actually changed, then we don't need to actually apply those changes. But I'm assuming if we scroll here, no, does this not show the changes to real DOM anywhere, or is there something broken? There's a button. Oh, there we go. Was there a button on this one too then? Oh, there is. Okay, cool. I was missing the button because I wasn't scrolling enough. Okay, so we have the current virtual DOM. We have the new virtual DOM, which is the state that we're getting to. And if we go through the steps here, we check, did this change? No? Cool, continue. Did this change? Yes, updated in the real DOM. Did this change? Yes, it's gone. Remove it from the real DOM. Did this change? Yes, it's gone. Remove it from the real DOM. Did this change? Yes, update it. But we make the new state, we compare it to the old one, and then we manually update the different things on the page. So if you have a state change up here that's like a use state call, and that changes which elements are rendered, this happens for those elements to choose which ones actually change in the DOM. But if nothing changes, you're just doing these checks for no reason. And that's what people mean usually when they say re-render. They don't mean unnecessary changes happening to the DOM. They mean unnecessary checks happening between the current virtual DOM and the new virtual DOM. And that's an important thing to understand. Cool. Let me find the code base quick. I have it in here. I forgot what I named it. What did I name this project? Compiler perf demo. It is in there. Cool. Shut up. Cool. Do I have the compiler on? So I want it off for this initially. Vite config, I do. Cool. That is off now. We run this. To better showcase this, I made a quick demo. I'm going to hide the word compiler quick so I don't give the spoiler away. To help better demo this and how you can detect it, I made a quick demonstration repo. Link in the description if you want to play with it. This is a simple React app where I have a color picker, a counter, and this component that happens to be really slow because it renders a ton of stuff dynamically in the JavaScript code. And if I click this counter, you'll notice it's not just this increasing. We also have color picker re-rendering, and we have that slow component as well. If I hammer this, you'll see how often everything is re-rendering. In this case, it's not too bad because we're just clicking a single button and every click changes it very slightly. If we go to the code, we can see why this is happening. I have my demo component, and in here we have both the count and the color state that we have defined, and we pass the getter and the setter down. Well, it's not really a getter, it's the value. We pass the value and the setter down to these child components, the color picker and the counter, which means if counter changes, everything else here has to be checked because that's the way React works. State goes from the top down, so if state changes really high up, we have to check everything as we go down. The solution to this usually is memoization, where you would memoize the individual pieces in order to make sure that they aren't only rendering when their props change, which is what most people think React does. They think that if the props didn't change, React doesn't check, but that's not the case. React by default always assumes something might have changed and re-renders just in case. You have to tell React not to re-render with memoization. And that is so not fun that we basically just don't do it. I'll be honest, if you look through my code bases, the amount of instances of memo it's low. I tend to not bother because usually my stuff is simple enough that it doesn't matter. And if it isn't, then I re-architect it so it is. Here's where things start to get fun, though. This is an example that was intentionally made to be a bit brutal, largely inspired by Hux Pro, who used to be on the React team for a project that we'll touch on momentarily. If I open the color picker, this is an input that you can drag around. If I just click somewhere, it's fine. But watch what happens when I drag. Do you see that lag? That lag is happening because of the slow component here. If I just go and comment out the slow component, flies because there's much less work happening. The problem is that the slow component takes a real amount of time to render. If we go to it here, we have the large array, which is length 10,000. And here, we go through each of those 10,000 elements and make a new div for them. That is not easy to handle compute-wise. Like, that's a real amount of work. And if we have to rerun this work every single time the input changes, that sucks. The solution here would be to memoize this component, not use memo, but react.memo. So we're telling React, hey, you don't need to recheck that all of the time. But there is a better solution. I would love to show you because it's something that we don't talk about enough. And for whatever reason, if I make a video about it, nobody cares. I just tricked you guys into watching a React compiler video. This actually said at the top, React compiler demo originally. And now if we go back here, notice that nothing, zilch, not a zero, is re-rendering now. Because the React compiler memoized all of the children for me. I no longer have to worry. The code did not change. I did not change a single line of code in the project. All I did was turn on the compiler, and the problem's just gone. It just flies now. That's so cool. It's so cool that the React compiler is smart enough to add the right memoization, add the right barriers, add the right things. You don't need to add memo to your code anymore. The ultimate goal here is that use memo and react.memo are no longer things you need to have in your code base at all. I could DIY what this does if I want to. If we go and comment out the compiler here. If I make const slow component is react.memo real slow component to import React, and we go back here, I thought that was supposed to work. Did I not change that? No, I did. What the fuck? Aiden. I don't really see how killing the server will fix that. Maybe the props. Oh yeah, because fun bug, by the way, with React Scan. At the time I was using it, it would only show you the name if you passed it props. So it's probably because I was defining an object in those props. Yep, that fixed it. Cool. Cut to here. Yeah, cool. So if we take slow component and we wrap it with react.memo, which is different from useMemo. useMemo is a hook to stabilize a value. React.memo is a wrapper to stabilize a component. Now that we have the real slow component wrapped with react.memo, that element no longer gets re-rendered when it doesn't need to. And we can do the same for other things here as well. We can take the counter button and wrap it the exact same way. Const counter button is react.memo. And now it's still re-rendering because it's getting a prop, I think. Can we fix that one? Aha. Since counter button takes a function that we defined here, this function being defined here means it's not memoized. So we'd have to change this to be use callback. So if we take const handle counter click and do that, and we have this be use callback. Now if I pass this there, it is a stable value, and now it won't re-render unnecessarily. You might be noticing how unnecessarily tedious all of these things are. I have screwed up 3 times just trying to show you how you do this yourself. The amount of these little things you have to double and triple check in order to make sure you're not re-rendering unnecessarily, it's obnoxious. And all it takes to screw it up is to pass an object in line like this. So hello world. Now that I've put this here, this object gets defined on every re-render. It's now a new object every time it re-renders, so React has to assume it changed and do the re-render. That one change brought back all of the lag. And I am positive everyone here, myself included, has innocently made a change like this in the past, not realizing that it's going to break everything for them. The magic of React compiler is that it doesn't make those mistakes. You can just put this inline code right where you want to, there. To kill this now. And it just does what you expect it to. I can put an unstable object here, and it just behaves. In this version, everything's re-rendering. But if I go and turn on the compiler again, it just works. It's dope. I think a lot of the excitement around the React compiler died out because when you look at it in benchmarks, it doesn't seem incredible. The reality is that the React benchmarks were all built as optimized as possible. They did all the little things I just did there to show how powerful the results can be. But since the React code in those demos is already really well optimized, compiler doesn't do a whole lot. But as we've hopefully seen by now, the real world is not as well optimized. I'm going to go back to Aiden's Twitter for a second because I know he has a bunch more examples. Like, here's Pinterest, to their credit, doing a like tiled mosaic layout like that is not easy. What's the term for it? I just did it. Masonry. To Pinterest's credit, masonry layouts are not easy, but re-rendering whenever you scroll any amount, that's not good for anyone. It drops as low as 60 FPS on a really high-end MacBook, which is kind of nuts when you think about it. A MacBook like that should be able to render at 120 without issue. And if this was just like 1 or 2 sites, that'd be one thing. But like every site has these problems. Here's DoorDash dropping to 1 FPS at times when you move things like you toggle the delivery and pickup setting. It's insane. It's actually insane how slow a lot of these things are. And a bunch of this is just because they don't make sure the elements aren't being triggered. Oh no, not Twitch. Yes. I was good about memoization at Twitch. When it mattered, it cared. I didn't write this code, but oh god, the scroll. So close, but so far. I love Aiden hopping in here. Twitch's web client is big. It's one of the biggest, most terrifying code bases I've ever worked in. I'm thankful it runs at all at this point. That was good to see. Now, I'm sure you're curious, how are we getting these visualizations? I have good news. It's comically easy. You just include the unpackage URL for the React scan project. And now you get this on your project. Very easy to set up in dev, even relatively easy to set up in production. Makes it super quick to see what is and isn't re-rendering. React's extension for dev tools is useful for diving deep into what's causing a re-render, but not just to quickly visualize that one happened. And I have found React Scan to be a very fun little tool. How have I not started yet? If you want to give it a shot yourself, I'll be sure to leave a link in the description. And if you want help making sure that your stuff runs as well as possible, you should check out the other things the Million team is working on. Do you not have a link to Million like at the top here? I love that you're not like overplugging your company, Aiden, but I guess that's my job as an investor. Check out Million. It was originally an alternative runtime for React, but that's not a realistic solution. Now it is everything else you need to make your React sites way faster. Really cool project. It tells you in your editor when your browser has an element that's slow. Check it out. I have a video about this stuff already, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Find the link if it exists and throw it in the thumbnail, and throw it here if it exists phase. I trust you. Let the team figure that out. It is pretty cool that they just show you in your editor and with their extension what is taking more time, why you have a next paint that's slow, all that stuff. You get the idea. Hopefully this helps you guys, or hopefully this helps y'all make your apps perform even better. I know that React might have a re-render problem, but there's a lot of effort going into solving it. And honestly, you should probably just turn on the compiler. So let me know what you think, and if you can run the compiler on your code base. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Did I do a good job, Aiden? And what I want, I think those are the key ones. I should put this on GitHub quick before I forget to. No, I guess not. Cool. I'll probably do more Laravel stuff in the future. It's so much work to like really pick up a different stack. And I think I'm almost more useful to the Laravel community by not getting too deep and giving them feedback as an outsider. And they've done a great job with that. Ooh. This I am absolutely saving for later. Thank you for the link. Save to my watch later. Thank you. Oh, is this the... Yeah, Rethinking the Linter. Yeah, this is the one that I was talking about. I'll throw this in. Thank you for grabbing that for me. Cool. GitHub icons. It's the Material Icons Chrome extension for GitHub. Oh, none of these are the things I want. I thought, yeah, I did have... Isn't Command 5 for... No? Fuck, give me one second. I don't remember my hotkeys. It's 4. Okay. I mixed up my hotkeys. I need to be better about that. Anyways, re-render problem. That is done. Cool. Fuck yeah. Wait, no, that's not. I want the top nav gone entirely. Nope. Why can't I target the top nav? What the fuck? Whatever. I did my best. Is it like a grid layout or something? There we go. Fixed. Yay. I have not looked into this, Elcarve. Drop a link and my team will grab it and we can take a look in a bit. Let's do this. Payload next Expo SQLite via Terso. Interesting. How is payload plus SQLite? I thought they're very like Postgres tied. Introducing web awesome. It's from April and I haven't heard about it since. So I, like, no offense to them, I'm assuming it's not getting a lot of traction. Label priority. So if your context provider has a use state in it and it doesn't properly memorize its children, it will just re-render the whole app, which is very common. Let's do Vite v6. I'm excited. If you're not using Next.js and you're using a modern web stack, you're probably using something powered by Vite. It's quickly become the standard for bundling your applications, and it is the standard for a reason. It's really, really good. I still remember the days of the chaos around Webpack. I even was an early Snowpack user, which, fun history lesson, Snowpack was created by the same people that Astro was. Astro's obviously been much more successful, or obviously Astro's been more successful. You'll probably never even heard of Snowpack. I know not many have, but Vite was the thing that appeared that won. It's a phenomenal technology for bundling your client-side apps. But I said something very specific there. Client-side apps. Vite's never really understood servers all that great, and we've had to hack all around it to make code that works both on the server and on the client for things like, I don't know, ever heard of server components? We have a lot to talk about here because Vite v6 changes all of this and then some. I am genuinely really hyped for this release, and not just for Vite itself, but what this will enable for new frameworks going forward. It's a very, very exciting future. But you know what else I'm excited about? Today's sponsor. Cool. Let's dive in. I've been waiting for this one for a minute. Today, we're taking another big step in Vite's story. The Vite team, contributors, and ecosystem partners are excited to announce the release of Vite 6. It's been an eventful year. Vite adoption keeps growing, with NPM downloads per week jumping from 7.5 million to 17 million since the release of Vite 5 a year ago. Vitest is not only being favored for more users, Vitesse is not only being favored more by users, but it's also starting to form an ecosystem of its own. For example, Storybook has new testing capabilities powered by Vitesse. I'm kind of known as the anti-Storybook guy. Storybook kind of sucks. But they don't adopt new things. So if they're adopting Vitesse, it says a lot of good about it and how valuable it is. It's really cool. I hope they fix the parallel problems that existed before. I'm assuming they have, but y'all know how often I'm doing my testing nowadays. New frameworks have also joined the Vite ecosystem, including Tanstack Start, One, Ember, and more. Web frameworks are innovating at an increasingly fast pace. You can check out the improvements that folks have been doing over at Astro, Nux, SvelteKit, SolidStart, QuickCity, Redwood.js, React Router, and more. A couple of these have been blocked a bit by Vite, which we'll get to momentarily. Vite's used by OpenAI, Google, Apple, Microsoft, NASA, Shopify, Cloudflare, GitLab, Reddit, Linear, among many others. Hey, I use it a bit too. Not going to see Ping in there. I get it. Ping's not quite as big as Apple or NASA. It is what it is. 2 months ago, we started a list of companies that are using Vite. We're happy to see so many developers sending us PRs to add their companies to the list. It's hard to believe how much the ecosystem that we built together has grown since Vite gave its first steps. Yeah. What a chart. Fun fact, I started using Vite here because this was around because if I recall, this was around when Evan first announced that they built a React bundler for it, because previously Vite was just for Vue. It was trying to take advantage of ESBuild to make a better Vue dev experience. And now it's used by a lot more stuff. But it's fun to see the growth since then, especially as an overly early adopter. Speeding up the Vite ecosystem. Give it a Command+. Last month, the community gathered for the 3rd edition of ViteConf, hosted once more by StackBlitz. Huge shout out to StackBlitz. They've been sponsoring stuff for a bit now. They make awesome things. You might have even seen Bolt.new. Probably not the sponsor of this video, but they know what they're doing. Bolt's open source, by the way, which I think is really, really cool. Regardless, StackBlitz, they understand the importance of this ecosystem. They're invested. They're putting their money where their mouth is. I have a Vite shirt that StackBlitz paid for, which I think is really cool. As Evan says here, it was the biggest Vite conference, with a broad representation of builders from the ecosystem. Among other announcements, Evan announced Void Zero, which is a company dedicated to building an open source, high performance, and unified development toolchain for the JavaScript ecosystem. Void Zero is the company that's behind Rolldown and OXC, and their team is making significant strides, getting them rapidly ready for being adopted by Vite. If you're curious, I covered this all in depth in the Void Zero video that I did, but the quick TLDR is that Vite right now uses 2 bundlers under the hood. It uses ESBuild during dev, where it creates a new file for every single one of the things that you are bundling from your app. So every file in your JavaScript becomes a file inside of your browser, which is great because it's way less work to bundle and way less that has to be updated when changes happen. But it also sucks because if you have thousands of files in your project, you can't just send thousands of files down to your user. That the unbundle dream is a myth for big code bases. It just doesn't work that way. As such, rollup is what they use for production. So you still get the benefits of a single bundle, but it comes with a catch. It's a different build tool, and it's nowhere near as fast as ESBuild, which was written in Go. So you get used to the dev experience in ESBuild when you're building it on your machine. And then when you go to ship to production, it's way slower and has different bundling characteristics because Rollup is a different bundler than ESBuild. There's an obvious solution here. What if we just rewrote Rollup to be way faster by writing it in Rust? Super easy fix, right? Yeah. It's happening. It's way further along than I would have expected, and I'm quite excited for Roll Down, which is that Rollup rewrite in Rust, to be the default for both dev and production, so we get the fast speeds in dev and a reliable environment in prod. I'm excited for that to be what Vite's built on. That is not what happened with V6, though, so don't think that we just got that. It's not ready yet. Yeah, a bunch of other things were announced there. Really cool stuff. They also got a fun new homepage and a much better domain. The new Vite site is absolutely stunning. I think it's beautiful. They did a great job with this one. But we need to talk about what's actually changing here. We have the getting started, node support. Here's what I was baiting earlier. Here's what we're all here for. This is what I am very, very excited about. Vite is getting more flexible with the new environment API. What is an environment? Is it like an env var? No. Environment is a place that your JavaScript code runs. Previously, Vite was kind of built around the... Excuse me. 1 second, I need some water. Up until now, Vite's experience and focus has been around one runtime, the browser's runtime. It builds your JavaScript from your project and spits it out in a way that you can run it in the browser pretty well. But more and more now, we're not running our JavaScript just in the browser. And I don't just mean spinning up an Express server in Node. I mean we write code in one code base that runs in multiple places. Maybe it runs on the edge for your workers or for your middleware. Maybe it also runs on a dedicated server for the core Node parts and to do your server rendering. And then obviously, it runs on the client once the user gets the payload. So how do we use Vite to orchestrate all of these parts around? The answer is with a lot of pain. Nikhil built a tool called Vinxi, which is a SDK around Vite to solve a lot of these problems for you to allow for the building of full stack apps. It uses Vite and Nitro as their attempt to make it so you can run one code base in multiple places and split it up in different ways. But it's work. A lot of things are built on top of Vinxi, like TanStack Start, Solid Start, and more. But this is, to be frank, a pile of, I don't want to call them hacks, but they're certainly workarounds because Vite was not built to do this. Now, Vite's kind of built to do this with the environment API. As they call out, these new APIs will allow for framework authors to offer a different dev experience closer to production, as well as for the ecosystem to start building and sharing new building blocks. Nothing changes if you're building a single page app. So if you're using Vite as a create React app alternative to just spit out a single HTML file with a JavaScript bundle that loads the rest of your experience, this is not going to affect you at all beyond making it theoretically slightly easier to get off that old way of building sooner than later. It shouldn't be so hard to move from client everything to a client server hybrid. This is going to make it a lot easier. If you were curious why Remix still doesn't have server components, this is why. We've all been waiting for the environment API. I want to read this quick. If there's anything in here I really want to cover. Yeah. This is the article about increasing Vite's potential with the environment API that was linked in that main announcement. The important detail here that I am the most invested in is that a single application now often needs to handle multiple bundles. At the end of 2020, server components were announced, and to use them, you need to have a bundler. At the end of 2020, server components were announced, and if you want to use them, you'll need to bundle for RSC separately from both client bundles as well as for the traditional SSR bundle. That means you might need up to 3 different bundles for one application, and if your tools aren't built to handle that, you're kind of SOL. Like Next.js is as much a compiler and build tool as it is a framework nowadays because they've hacked Webpack so hard that they built their own from scratch with TurboPack. It's not easy to get these parts working, and it's a big part of why Next is the only real way right now to go all in on server components because they built all of these things. Vite's assumption was that this would never be a thing. They kind of gave SSR and they kind of gave browser support and treated them as separate, unrelated things. These hybrid approaches and these many bundle approaches were not a thing Vite was architected for. So building Next on top of Vite, it would not have been fun. That's the goal of these changes, though. It makes it a lot easier. At the time of writing, before Vite 6, the architecture looked something like this. We had the code for the browser in the browser, and then an HTTP method that was transforming things when you got the SSR code. Or not even, yeah. No SSR, cool. Yeah. So for the basic SPA example, we have code that the browser gets. We have the browser, and then you get the code that the browser needs through this HTTP layer. To execute code from the browser sends an HTTP request to Vite's code transformer, and the transformed code is executed by the browser. But when you also have SSR, we now have this code transformer that has to generate code for the server, execute it, and then send the HTML that it gets back down to the browser, and then it needs to get the same JavaScript to make the page work. In case you haven't caught up on what SSR means, usually the term SSR means taking a client-side application and running it once on the server so the HTML isn't an empty file. If you go to a site like twitch.tv, which, by the way, is where I'm currently streaming myself recording this live, so if you want to watch me as I do these things, twitch.tv/Theo. Good old infinite depth, whatever you want to call it. The reason I'm here is I want to clear... Where's the actual HTML file? Come on. Here we are. This HTML file that we just got back from Twitch has almost no data in it once you kill all these weird script tags. Let me just kill all of those quick. I need to have this like saved because I pull this up so often. You know what? I'll just delete all that. That's fine. Cool. I deleted everything from that HTML that was JavaScript or CSS. So this is the HTML you get when you go to the Twitch site. This is it. That's all of it. It's about 40 lines of HTML, and it's just shells because that's all Twitch sends. The rest is JavaScript that you have to load on the client side in order to run the actual page. So there is a bunch of script tags in here that say which JavaScript needs to be fetched and downloaded so the user can have the full Twitch experience. But if you turn off JavaScript on Twitch, you just end up looking at that empty loading page forever because that's all Twitch is. That's all the HTML it sends. Twitch is not a server-rendered application. Twitch is a client-rendered application. If Twitch was to move to server rendering, you would get the full HTML that traditionally you would get once the JavaScript runs it or spins up and loads, but now you could get that as the first content you get from the server, which is really important for things like marketing pages, home pages, quick navigation, low internet speed environments. There's a lot of reasons that you want to render the right HTML when the user goes to the page instead of empty HTML that then loads the JavaScript that takes over from there. And doing this was never fun. That's why Next exists. That's why SSR is a concept. You just take that React code and run it once on the server before sending the HTML, so the HTML actually has something in it. But that means we're running the same code in both environments. So Vite's SSR allows you to take that code that you bundled and run it on the server and on the client. But it has no concept of code that only runs on one side or the other side because SSR just means running client code on the server one time. Also interesting is that the code transformer that actually changes that JavaScript code to do the right thing was in Node, so you could only use this in Node projects. You couldn't use it in other runtimes at all. Now, these layers have all been separated, so you can do whatever you want. You can put different code in different layers, you can run them with different runtimes, you can do whatever you want, and even define your own method to call between them. As a result of allowing the server side below to be swapped, we noticed that the processing for the browser code is essentially the same as in the server code. So now this can be much simpler. But this isn't the case for everything. I want to see if they have call it for server components in here. Transformer code. Here's another real fun one. They give the example of running code on a Hano server as the origin, and then running Hano on Cloudflare workers as an edge server as well, and also potentially running Hano on a service worker in the browser, and also separately running the script that Hano is using in the browser. So now you can reuse the same JavaScript logic in all these different places in all of these different ways, all as part of the Vite environment API. Really cool stuff. Back to the actual article about Vite 6, though, because there's a lot of good callouts here. As they say, if you're a framework author or a Vite plugin maintainer and you want to leverage the new stuff, go check out those guides. There's a lot of good info there. And a huge call out here, Nuxt is largely responsible for this. It's kind of funny to think that the most likely path for good new Next, or it's kind of funny to think that the most likely path for us to get better alternatives to Next that are server component first is actually going to happen because of Nuxt's hard work. I know the Nuxt team has not always had the best relationship with Vite and especially the Vue team because there wasn't necessarily this buy-in on server rendering at the time. Since then, this is more and more obviously the future, and they're getting much more support from all around. And huge shout out to Antfu and Puya. These two have been working so hard to make this happen, both to make Nuxt's SSR story better, but also to better the ecosystem as a whole. It would have been very easy for these guys to keep this all to themselves and build it around their framework, but instead they made it an open standard as part of Vite for everyone to benefit from. And it's awesome both that the Vite ecosystem and maintainers were willing to take these changes and do them, but also that the whole ecosystem now gets the benefit. Like we just went from years away from a good RSC framework that isn't Next to months, if not weeks away. I'm even tempted to go build one myself, and I don't want to build a fucking framework. At the beginning of 2023, Vladimir started working to upstream Vite Node to Vite Core. We released it as a runtime API in Vite 5.1 a year later. Feedback from the ecosystem partners, special shout out to the Cloudflare team, pushed us to do a more ambitious rework of the Vite environment. You can learn more about that in Patak's talk. I haven't actually watched that, and I'm very tempted to. He's a legend. He helps maintain all of this shit. Also, Vladimir's been killing it too. This is an awesome crew of people, and I love they're calling them out by name for the work that they're doing. We need more of that in the world. Everyone on the Vite team participated in designing the new API, which was co-designed with feedback from many projects in the ecosystem. Thanks to everyone involved. We encourage you to get involved if you're building a framework, plugin, or tool on top of Vite. The new APIs are experimental. We will work with the ecosystem to review how the new APIs will be used and stabilize them for the next major. I saw something on Twitter. I'm curious if any of you guys saw it too. It might have been from Tanner. It might have been from the Remix guys. It might have been someone else entirely. Specifically about how adapters are dead, and this is why. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, I would love the link so I can cite it here. Does anyone remember what I'm talking about here? Do I have to go through my bookmarks and find it? Oh shit, there we are. Look at you, Dogpaw. That was fucking quick. You're giving Gabriel a run for his money. Yeah, the Tanstack Discord is nuts. Just as a quick example of the types of things that these changes are going to enable, Tanstack Start isn't going to have adapters. Previously, with things like Remix or Tanstack Start, if you wanted to deploy it on Vercel, you would install the Vercel adapter. If you wanted to throw it on Cloudflare, you'd install the Cloudflare adapter. These were bundler plugins that would make it so your code could run in these different... These were all bundler plugins that made it so your code could run in different places. And maintaining them was obnoxious because all of these platforms have their own weird quirks. As I've learned, as I've tried to deploy things in other places, if anybody tells you it's just as easy to deploy places that aren't Netlify or Vercel, they're full of shit. I have had miserable luck, and I've put the effort in. I figured out Cloudflare for the most part, but not with anything that isn't like vanilla JavaScript. As soon as you're installing packages, Cloudflare gets rough. Yeah. As such, I can fully sympathize with why a framework maintainer, an author, doesn't want to have support for every single platform day zero. They just want to build their framework. And thanks to Nitro and Vinxi, they kind of can, but with the environments API, the maintenance work that Nitro and Vinxi have to do goes down a ton, and the need for them in the first place might by itself go away too, which is really cool. Yeah. As Tanner calls out here, there's a lot of pieces to building a new framework, but the deployment and hosting part is obnoxious and is not what he wants his focus to be in. As he said, he initially made adapters, and it was flawed from the start because there's no desire from him to be responsible for all of these different places. And yeah. Oh God, the Remix server adapters list. I'm scared. Yeah, so here's the official adapters for running Remix different places. You have Architect, Cloudflare Pages, Cloudflare Workers, which by the way, Cloudflare Pages and Workers are entirely different and separate products that like Pages uses some Worker stuff under the hood, but they're different and you have to deploy differently to them. And Express is also different. I know they're merging, Jacob, but they haven't merged yet. So we'll see that when that happens, but we'll see it when it happens. And then we have the pile of community adapters as well. Yeah. At least Vercel maintains the Remix one themselves, and they're not expecting the community to do it for them. But yeah, hopefully this gives you the idea of how much work it is to maintain all of these things. Wouldn't it be cool if the things that were unique to these platforms were part of Vite itself? Or at the very least were easy to do with Vite instead of being these huge external things that have to be handled for you. Yeah. And as Ryan Carniato told Tanner, I might have even been part of this convo when it happened. Ryan's the creator of Solid as well as Solid Start, and Tanner's the creator of TanStack Start. There's a lot of overlap in how they're thinking about their projects. They talk all the time. Their solution was to just use Vinxi, which is Nitro plus H3 plus Vite. And theoretically, all of this can get way simpler now. Like all of these tools being necessary to get this working, it shouldn't have been. I love that it could get working in the first place and that we had all these pieces to do it. And I honestly don't think if Vinxi and Nitro existed that we would get where we are today. Like these pieces were necessary for us to get to a better Vite with better environment management. And I know it was bullying from the creators of these things that made a lot of this happen. And by the way, if you were curious, Puya, who's the one who helped design a lot of the API for environment stuff, is also the creator of Nitro, which is one of those core dependencies. Create web servers that run anywhere. The amount of work this dude has put in is unbelievable. He started the un.js movement, which is a ton of these different pieces that make everything in the chaotic world of server plus client rendered JavaScript significantly better. H3 is phenomenal. It's a super minimal HTTP framework, kind of similar to something like Hano, but really focused on server rendering and portability. And it's phenomenal. And this is one of the many things that he's built as part of un.js, including ofetch, which is a fetch version that works in Workers, Node, and the browser standard. A console logger that works everywhere, a plugin system that works for everything. Yeah, all essential stuff. I want to see if he called out the environment API here. He did not. What's the stringify changes? I'm curious about this. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything else super big here. If you are interested in upgrading to Vite 6 and something goes wrong, they detail everything you need to know here. I'm surprised with how small these changes are. Like, they're a lot of work and they set Vite up really well, but for the most part, you should be able to just upgrade without issue. Let me know if that's the case for you and tell me what framework you're most excited to see adopt the environment APIs. And until next time, please don't make me build a framework. Cool. I'm not doing it. You can't make me do it. Let me thank everybody I missed while I was doing all of these rants. Neutrino. I think from now on I'll just comment the month number to get rid of the bright purple box. Yeah, it's aggressive, but it's fun too. Thank you for the 8 months of support. We got Pleb Dev here, 4 months in. Appreciate you a ton. The tier 3 from Temin. Sorry, I missed that. 19 months. Tier 3. Yeah, Tailwind V4 is nuts. And pumped that you snuck in. Maintaining that sub at tier 3 when you don't get to hang out here often is huge. Thank you so much for that. We got Ducks Under Doors as well with the 6 month, then dropping the 10 subs. Fucking giants with the subs and with the gifts. Appreciate it. Go Shadow 03 with the Prime. PETA with the Prime as well. Diffuse All with the 9 months of tier 1. Appreciate each and every one of those. We got Hug More Trees. Always good to see you, man. Feel like you haven't been around as much. No issue with it. Just hope all is well. Thank you for the 14 months of support. Always good to see you, man. Jacob, the legend, the OG, 26 months in. He's been around a lot longer than that. Just didn't always hit the Prime sub button. Understandable. There's a job and a life. We got Death Mothman. Always good to see you, man. 20 months. Going up to that 2-year mark now. Demon Wolf with the 10 stream streak. Fucking legend. Kuba 2 with the Prime. Hector with the 100 bits. Thank you all a ton for the support. Sorry, YouTube chat. Yeah, I hate that like these are the things that I am the most interested in building right now. I've already started the game. I'm trying to not do the browser or the framework, but the temptation is getting there more and more every day. You know, this will be a fun... I don't know if this will be a video or not, just like a rant I've been thinking about. This could go on throwaways, I think. Yeah, this will be good throwaways. Yeah. I've been thinking about building a framework. I look at something like Waku, and it's very exciting to me. The idea of a minimal server component framework is great. And there's a lot of things about Next that are annoying. The biggest one is that after years of having shit DX, Next now has really good DX, but the warts of the decade to get there show more and more, I feel like. It's weird how often I notice the cracks they are trying to plug because they have to undo a bunch of the things they had built in the past. And I want something that takes what makes current version of Next great with none of the tech debt. But what I've realized, I think about it more and more, is 2 things. The first is that I would literally just be rebuilding Next. Like, I wouldn't have a lot that I would change. I would probably add a config routing option because I like config-based routing a lot. I'd get rid of a bunch of the magic exports because I fucking hate those. I might have like one config one, that's it. It would mostly be like a cleanup and like how minimally can I recreate what I like about Next. I'd almost be doing like what Preact did to React to Next.js, which sounds great and all, except for the fact that whenever I think I've like nailed in what I would want that to be, some crazy mind-blowing thing happens with Next that fundamentally changes how I would have built it if I had. The big one recently was Dynamic IO. Do they have a section on it in the docs yet? Here we are. Dynamic I/O is a huge change in how caching and reusing pieces in Next.js works. Now, by default, instead of having a crazy compiler hack that tries to guess which elements are dynamic and are static, as well as weird magic exports that orchestrate all of that, which I would have had to build all of, by the way, now they just use the async nature of the dynamic code to identify when things should or shouldn't be dynamic. So instead of a bunch of weird compiler hacks, now there's a single runtime hack, which runs the React render process, takes the output, and then kills all of the async parts before they can respond. I have a whole video about this. It's called the magic powering next? I don't know when that's supposed to be out, but this will come out way later, hopefully, if all goes well. Where the hell is this one? Here it is. Yeah, scheduled for the 8th right now. The magic powering Next.js video is going to go more in depth here, but the key piece. Let me skip to the part I care about here. This is the key part that if I had already built a framework before I learned about this would have pissed me off to no end, because this code here with the double set immediate lets you skip the whole async queue and eject with the synchronous parts super simply. I would have been in the process of building a crazy compiler for all of this to try and get close to the quality of experience that you get from this hack. And this hack and its discovery makes the whole concept of building this framework much easier. And it also makes the resulting DX much better. So you would think I would look at this and be like, oh, now's the time. I have all the parts I need. It's actually had the opposite impact on me because I felt similarly a year ago. And if I'd started working on this a year ago, I'd be almost ready to have like a V0 of it right now. And then I would have seen this, and I would have had to either throw away half of the stuff I did or entirely rethought it and built something separate in a different direction. And I would very quickly end up in the same place that has caused me to have this problem with Next. I would just be wrapping tech debt with tech debt until I find the right solution. I think we're getting very close to, not like perfect, but the size of these changes is getting smaller every year. In 2021, we got server components and app router, which were huge, monumental changes to the way that we operate with all these things. They had a ton of rough edges, and we smoothed out a bunch since. The year after, we got server actions, which were even rougher around the edges, but offered even more cool potential wins with a bunch of weird catches that I still run into all the time. Here's a fun one you might not have known. I learned this in the 1 app 5 stacks video. Let me open the code base for it. In a server action, if you call revalidate path, it nukes all of the cache entities in that path. So if you have, in my case, a giant cached entity for get 2 random Pokemon, because in here, I have to call get all Pokemon, and this has a forever cache life, because I want this to just be there forever. When you call revalidate page, it nukes the cache. But if you call cookie.set, it doesn't. So if I wanted to improve the performance of this, I could do this instead. Let me grab the cookies call, which, by the way, if you're curious why cookies is async, it's to do this dynamic thing where it knows it's dynamic because it's async. So if I do this and just set jar.nothing to JSON stringify math.random, this will now be a significantly faster experience because I changed from a revalidate to a cookie update. And if I had nothing here, then nothing would happen because something told the browser to update or sent the update to the browser. By putting this here, now when you click the button, the server will generate the updated HTML and send it down as the response that the JavaScript can now take over and render correctly. But if I do the revalidate path option, it ends up being way, way slower. This behavior is not documented fucking anywhere. I had to talk to the team and they were wrong about it. They checked and they're like, oh, wow, you are right about that. We should put that in the docs. The amount of these behaviors that have snuck in is great enough that I would understand why anyone would be upset. That said, these are edge cases around performance for lunatics like myself to dive into, this will all be smoothed out over time. I should expect this being as early to these things as I am, using the new dynamic IO stuff and the use cache stuff and using all these parts. I'm surprised they even work. The fact that they're not perfectly documented yet is fair, but it shows how many of these behaviors are necessary when you're building an environment as inherently complex as this. And I could go build my own slightly simpler thing. But by the time I'm done, 5 more things will have happened that I want to add, and now I have the same exact complexity problem, but much less time and incentive to build it. So, yeah. There's a couple ways you could frame this. On one hand, you could say that I like Next.js so much, and I trust them to do the right things, so I don't want to build my own framework. The other way you could frame it is, things are changing too fast, and if I tried to keep up, I would go insane and die. The reality is somewhere between those two, and I would argue the reality is also much more excited. I love the new things and the new ideas the Next team and the React teams keep coming up with and the benefits that we as an ecosystem get from it. And I don't think every framework is going to adopt all of these things, but I've been surprised how many things not even inside of the React ecosystem are. Like, I know the Elixir guys are trying to adopt some of the streaming benefits so they can stream the shell before the data query comes through. I know that people over in the Vue world are trying to figure out how to take advantage of server-only components and the orchestration between those things. I know the work is going in to take these wins and bring them other places, and that's really exciting. It's so exciting that I kind of want to just sit back and watch. As fun as it would be to throw my hat in the ring, it would take away my excitement for the new things, and that's what I'm most scared of. I know a lot of people who get frustrated with new React releases because it inherently means more work for them. It means they have to add new features to their framework. It means that their plugin or their library built around React might have new edge cases and bugs to deal with. If I was one of the people building around and heavily into these things, it would be a lot more stressful when these new things come out. And I might be less excited as a result. And that's a thing I do not want to change. I want to maintain my excitement about these new things because they're fucking really exciting. There is so much cool shit going on in this ecosystem that I don't want to re-implement where it is today and ignore where it is tomorrow. I just want to enjoy it while I can and see what happens next. And that's why I'm not building a framework. It is tempting. I see roughly what it would look like now, but what it would look like is just minimal Next.js that's always 6 months behind on features. And I don't want to build that. I want to build the best thing and use the best things for what I build. And for better or worse, right now, that is absolutely Next.js. It's the right balance of functionality, support, and awesome new features, resulting in an experience for my users that is really hard to replicate elsewhere. If we actually look at the code for the turbo version of this, for example, which in case you haven't seen the original video, I called the full screen, right? Cool, yeah. So here's that next RSC version. If I go to the turbo version and I just hammer the button, this is in the dev server and it's still that fast. In prod, it's even faster, believe it or not. The reason this version is so fast is a couple of hacks that I snuck in. By a couple, I really just mean one. So I render the current Pokemon either as a random pair, or if you have a cookie for it, I use the cookie for the 2 Pokemon that you have. I also define next pair as 2 different random Pokemon. Now, when you actually click the button to vote on one of them, I record the battle, I update the cookies to be next pair. I'm not doing anything special here. I'm not passing the value down. I'm not calling out to the browser, hey, this is data I need, embed it in the HTML. I'm not doing all of these steps to get this data so I can use it as a cookie on this action. I'm just writing the obvious simple code, which is I have this cookie, I have this value that I want to be the next cookie, I just set it. That's so nice. I've never had this elegant an experience dealing with cookies and massive performance optimizations because previously this took a lot more work. It has catches. Like if I turn on the revalidate path again, now it's revalidating that giant cache thing and it's going to take way longer. But as long as I comment that out and I update this, it's now immediate. And the reason you feel the performance difference is right up here. I have a hidden div that renders the pictures for the 2 next Pokemon. So as a result of that, when I go to the console and I look at the network tab, it just fetched number 730 and 352. That's not these two. But if I vote, 730 and 352 are next, because again, I have given the browser the context, not in the sense that it knows what is next, but the HTML has what is next, so it can get the data that it needs, and then the server just updates the HTML. It's hilarious how simple this solution is. And the reason this solution can be this simple and elegant is because Next has figured out all the primitives for the most part. Every other framework takes more effort to do this. There are different ways to get different performance optimizations, and we were able to make the Elixir version fly, but it's way more complex, and we had to do a lot of different things to make the performance that good, and we had to work around double server render behaviors and shit. Here you don't have to. There's no workaround here. This is just the simple, focused code that describes what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm excited. I want my code to not look like it's framework specific. I want my code to describe exactly what is happening and for the behavior to behave how you expect. The less you have to learn the framework and the more you just have to know JavaScript, the better. And that's why I'm excited about Next. And that's also, to sum up this video, why I'm not building a framework. This came out better than I expected, I think, so I have no idea which channel it's going to end up on. Let me know if you thought this was a good video, because it's very different from what I normally do. Until next time, please don't build a framework. Cool. Cool. Tagged Ben and Gabe to figure out if that's a main channel vid or not. I don't want to be the one to make that decision. I got too much shit to think about already. This is a project I want to keep open, actually. Just closing everything I don't need here. Those I want to keep open. No, I don't. No, I don't. Cool. Much cleaner. That's kind of the goal, Ozer. The point of me streaming this stuff is I want y'all to be here to ask questions, point out things I'm wrong about, help me realize when I'm not being clear enough, find sources when I can't find something, all the pieces to make a great video. Like, if I was to record off stream, a 1 hour video would take me 4 hours across multiple days, because I would record it, I would send it to my team, someone would realize I was wrong about something, now I have to go back and re-record that part, or if not, just the whole thing again, and all the back and forth and checking and whatnot just takes so long. Here, I can record an hour video in an hour and 20 minutes with all of you guys helping me out. Oops. It's funny because this video is incredibly harsh on Next.js. I'm literally talking about why I want to move off of it, but why its progress is enough to keep me on it. Like, if that video can't be perceived as anti-Next, then that's going to be a fun video, because it's going to piss off Vercel because I'm saying I don't want to use Next, and it's going to piss off all the anti-Vercel people because I'm still shilling Next. That video benefits me in 0 ways beyond I'm venting about something. So it'll be fun to see what happens. This is a good feedback, Sporto. Thank you. I really hope that Valve's standalone headset comes out well. Better Off and Stack Off both look awesome. I have a video that I've been dancing around doing for a while. State of Auth. This will happen eventually. It's not a priority at the moment. Oh, shit. This I'm going to push back. These two are actually pretty high priority because I need to... This one I want to do. This one I want to beat Prime to. Angular 19 actually could be really fun. Let's sneak that in. Truth about tech stacks isn't super high priority. Oh, ice. I forgot about this one. I really wanted to do that one. Fuck, there's so many good things here. I have 5 videos recorded in 3 hours. We're doing really good time-wise, but the likelihood that we can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things in the remaining time is near zero. I was hoping to take the next few days off. Too much to film. I'm not excited to organize the calendar later. I can do a poll. There is no average here. It's like on average, how long does it take for a ticket to get resolved for a company? That some averages don't mean anything because the standard derivation, or like some averages don't mean anything because the range is so large. I would guess the average is probably like a month-ish, but there's some that come out in 4 days. There's some that come out in 5 months. Like I have a video in the queue right now. It's Mind the Gap, this one. This is my reaction to Ryan Florence's talk that I recorded on June 19th. It's going to come out in December because I'm not going to be streaming as much. I saw that you made the bookmarklet. I don't know how to use bookmarklets in Arc, but that is really useful. Aiden, did you see that? Aiden, you should probably grab that. Aiden might have ditched because I already covered his thing. Oh. And you put this on UTF-SIO. I like you. I am saving this for later. I'm going to throw this in... I'll throw this in the notes for that video so I have it somewhere that I'll remember. I have that there. I will send that to Aiden afterwards on your behalf. Let me grab that. If you have a Twitter or a GitHub or something I can send him to so he can like get a hold of you to thank you, let me know, and I'll throw that in there as well. This is very, very useful to me. We'll get there someday. Kappa-bot. Cool. Thank you for that. I will be sure to let him know. And if he reaches out, yeah, you definitely built something useful for him. So I don't want to put the work into voting. Like, there's a lot of layers to this problem. So realistically speaking, something y'all need to understand is the 375 of you on Twitch combined with the 278 on YouTube, y'all aren't my average viewer. My average viewer doesn't even know that I go live. Like, they just watch the video that covers the topic they're interested in. And I love that about you guys. You're much more useful when I'm actually making the content and making sure that I'm covering the thing I'm supposed to be covering, getting the right sources, being corrected when I'm wrong. Y'all are way better than my average viewer. But that has a catch. It means that your gut instinct is not very useful to me. Because the things you guys are most excited about are the deeper in the weeds things. That's why you're here. Most of my audience isn't that deep in the weeds. So I have to be really careful because there's been a few times now where the thing you guys voted for the least ended up being one of my biggest videos because you're less basic and the average person by definition is basic. So it's important to make sure I do your top videos. This is what you guys are the most excited about. And if y'all don't like the stuff I'm doing, I fucked up. I made this channel as an enthusiast nerd that wants to be deep in the weeds on the shit. So if you guys aren't happy with the content I'm doing, I failed. But at the same time, Angular 19 is going to be a huge video if I do it. Angular 19 is not a thing you guys give a fuck about. This happened before with what was the big one? I think it was the remaking Mario Kart in React. Y'all did not care. And that's one of the biggest videos I ever did. And that's just the nature of things. You guys already know what React 3 Fiber is. I'll do the poll. I want to prove my point here. Do you know what React 3 Fiber is? Yeah, I think so. Nope. I am so curious. Yeah, there we go. About half of y'all already know React 3 Fiber. That's nuts. Do you know how uncommon React 3 Fiber is? It's like, I love it. It is enabling some crazy fucking shit. And for those who don't know, React 3 Fiber is a layer that lets you render React in 3D environments. So it lets you make a 3D game in React, writing components that are 3D boxes, 3D models. It takes advantage of React's reconciler and multi-threaded layer to allow you to make 3D environments with React. And it's super fucking cool. But the fact that half of y'all know what it is says a lot about this audience. You guys are much deeper than average. What is this? Oh, I forgot. Theo.io is also a dev that cares a lot about similar things. Checks out. Does viral genomics and also happens to be a dev. That's pretty cool, actually. This depends a lot on what you specifically are wanting to do. I try to do background animations entirely in CSS if I can, which doesn't really have a how do I recommend it? It doesn't really have a a library for it. There are some solutions, but not many. I saw a Hank Green thing. Oh, is this the fire hose but 3D rendered? That's cool. What is this using? Is this React 3 Fiber? No, it's all Babylon. Cool. Still a great example of using I'm assuming it has to be 3JS at the very least. This is dope. I'm going to save this for later. That's actually really cool. Good find. Oh, I can actually see how this works. He's using Relay for it? Fucking lunatic. That's so you know they're legit. I often say that the only people who can use Relay properly are the people who either worked at Meta or have multiple PhDs in graph theory, and he qualifies. He's a professor. Did he DIY the canvas layer? Just Babyloned it out? Good shit. Yeah, he DIY'd React 3 Fiber here. Super fucking cool. Anyways, hopefully that poll made the point I was trying to. Bookmarklets for Arc. Ooh. I'm dropping that link in here for me as well. Thank you. Back to work. We got actual videos to film. You guys are most excited about the Tailwind one and the 10% of Enges one? This one... This is an easy one. Is there a link to the actual thing at the end of this? Oh. They have an HTML version. I'm curious about that. Yeah, we're just going to use the fucking Twitter thread. Fuck this. Let's go straight into it. Okay, I'll admit, the title's a bit clickbait. It's not 10% of engineers that should be fired that are doing 0% of work. It's actually 9.5%, which is slightly smaller, but who doesn't love a round number? The reality here, though, is terrifying. Almost 10% of engineers are ghost engineers, meaning they do literally nothing. And I don't mean like they go to meetings and do stuff or they have a successful YouTube channel like Prime and me. I mean they basically don't exist. This is terrifying. This is a huge part of why the layoffs are happening. This is why engineers get such a bad rep. And these people, to be frank, should probably be fired. Who are they? Why do they exist? How do they get away with it? And how do we get into this mess? All really great questions that I'm excited to answer right after a quick word from today's sponsor. Let's dive in. This is a fun one. As soon as I saw this research, I knew I had to talk about this because I've experienced this. There's also engineers, I don't know if they measured this, but there are engineers that aren't only 0%ers or 0.1xers, they're like negative 10xers that hold back 10 times the engineering work that they should have been doing themselves. I've had so many problems with these awful engineers in my career that I'm excited that Stanford went and interviewed 50,000 engineers from 100 plus companies to figure this out for us. Their definition of a ghost is that they do less than 10% of what a median engineer does, virtually no work, and also, this is the classic overemployed thing where they work at multiple places at once, see how many salaries they can collect. Yeah. Somebody in chat already asked they should do this for somebody in chat said they should do a follow-up for managers. I haven't had as many useless managers in my life. I've had managers that get in the way here and there, but I haven't had many outright, like, if we fired this person, nothing would change type managers. I've had a lot of engineers that you could have let go of that nothing would have changed. Like, I've been on a team where you could have fired half the people and we would have moved faster. Oh, okay, chat's making me sad now. Everybody's had bad managers for the most part. Yordis has only had one good manager. Yeah, I've been lucky. I've had, for the most part, really good managers and a handful of pretty good managers, one bad but well-intended manager, and then one awful manager. Overall, good luck, though. Now I am the one who manages. Enough of the manager tangent. Let's go into this. Because it sounds like bullshit, right? Like 10% of engineers are doing nothing. That can't be. So how do we know? Our model quantifies productivity by analyzing source code from private Git repos, simulating a panel of 10 experts evaluating each commit across multiple dimensions. Okay, fancy words for AI. We published a paper on this, and we have even more coming on the way. I took a quick look, and I'm not going to make you guys suffer through 8 pages of academic research from Stanford. And honestly, this thread's already doing a really good job. That said, if you want to participate in future research, it's open for you to do it. Link in the description. Worth checking out if you're curious about these things. Let's take a look at this picture. So the software engineer writes code, which is evaluated by their algorithm. Oh, it is actually humans. They have a panel of 10 experts that are reading through to determine if this is real or not. So it's not just relying on AI. That's cool. They also compare the output results from the panel versus their algorithm to see how well they can determine it. Apparently, they're at 85% accuracy-ish. Cool to see. We found that 14% of software engineers who work remote do almost no work. They are ghost engineers, compared to 9% in hybrid roles and 6% in the office. Terrifying chart for those of us who are big on remote work that think like more companies should offer remote. You should be going out of your way to get rid of the 14% here that are slacking, because they make all of us remote workers look terrible. This should not be possible. From my experience back in the day, the few remote workers we had at Twitch were some of the hardest workers, not the worst ones. And this makes sense based on what I have heard and the people that I've talked to, but this isn't aligned with my experience personally. I've had great luck with remote workers because they felt like they had to work extra hard. Yeah, this is bad. This is real bad. That it's so much higher that it's shifting the average like that. Oof. Thank you, TD, for this link. Socket did similar research somewhat recently. Like, wow, this is even more recent. Oh. This is even better. Okay, yeah, the Socket guys are dope. Sarah, we've read her articles before, and they're always fucking awesome. So I might just pivot over and read this. 25, fine. My face cut it off. That's fine. I'm going to go through this whole thread first, I think. Yeah, we'll go through the thread, and then we'll get there. Yeah. Cool. If you compare the range of productivity between work from home engineers and work from office engineers, you see why companies want to move back to office. And it's not necessarily that like we're not saying here that working from the office makes you more productive than working from home. My suspicion here is that people who aren't doing a lot of work can get away with it more easily from home than remotely, which I think makes a lot of sense. The painful part here, though, is the median, that line in the middle. The office worker is quite a bit further ahead of the global median, and the work from home is quite a bit lower. There are still exceptions. What's funny here is the best people. What's funny here is the best people, the 5X engineers, because those thing is 10X, but I guess there is a 5X. Those 5Xers, like the ones I talked about from my experience, they're all remote. The best employees are remote, and the worst ones too. And the worst ones are so common, they bring the whole average down, which is kind of insane. So if you're, I'm going to say something I'm going to get in trouble for. Let's grab this image. Time to piss people off. If we have, I'm in a privileged position. I have a lot of great engineers who like what I'm doing. That means I get to hire almost exclusively great engineers. For every potential role I have at my company, there are probably 1,000 people that would line up wanting it, which means I get to be extraordinarily picky about who I hire, which puts me in a weird reality where this is the range I'm hiring in. I am hiring at around this area. I'm not hiring people in the standard deviations. I'm hiring people really far out, which means, funny enough, I probably am better off hiring remote than non-remote because we have more outliers on the remote side that hit this incredible talented range. Most people, certainly most companies, big companies with hundreds upon thousands of people, they're hiring here. And if you look at this that way, and you look at the range at the bottom here, if you exclusively hire people who are in office, you end up hiring much better people overall. If you think about how much surface area is covered in the box that I'm realistically hiring for between those two, if I exclusively hire from office, there are way fewer people that I get to hire, as we see here. It's a little past the median point. Whereas here we have 75th percentile work from home covered in that range. So if I'm hiring in this skill bracket, I'm much more likely to hit the floor if I'm hiring from home and end up below average, where here, the majority of what fits on the office side from the range I can realistically hire in, the majority of that is actually above average because there's a bigger chunk here than below. So as crazy as it sounds, if you're not hiring as high of skilled engineers, you almost need to hire for in-person because you won't notice how many people are dragging you back and holding you back, and because you just won't notice how many people are holding you back and slow down the entire team, and no one wants to be the one to call out the person who's not doing jack shit. Because of that, it makes obvious sense. Like if I was hiring even to even if I was hiring up to 3x engineers, if I could reasonably hire within this range, the risk profile hiring for office is significantly less than the risk profile hiring for work from home engineers. If you're hiring the best, this doesn't matter as much, but the best are slightly more likely to be remote. But by being the best, they're now disqualified from the majority of the conversation. And I think this leads to a weird contradiction where the people who live in this higher up range, I'm not going to say I am a 10x engineer because the people I hire are better than me, but I will say the people I talk to a lot and the ones I talk to about remote work versus in-office work are some of the best engineers alive. And they all think we're going insane moving everyone back to the office because they live in this area. The people that they work with and they talk to skew remote. And those incredibly talented people, they work remote. Because of that, their bias is towards remote workers. But they don't realize the reality that exists below that 75th percentile. The reality that in-person workers are less likely to be useless than remote workers. Because we don't talk about useless engineers a whole lot. I don't think about them a whole lot. I don't make content for beginners. I don't talk to people that are writing 3 lines of Angular every 2 months and pretending that they deserve their $200K a year salaries. These are people that just don't exist in my worldview right now. They're not people I interact with. They're not people I hang out with. They don't go to conferences. They don't comment on my videos. They effectively don't exist in my world. And it's really easy to fall into a bias as a result of that because the best engineers I know, almost all of them work remote. And that's just the reality of the world I live in. But that also means that those really talented engineers and the people hiring those really talented engineers all think remote's great and easy. I want to find, what's Jake from Railways Twitter? Because he mentioned something about this recently. Just Jake. Yeah, here. Not another person talking about how remote work doesn't work and is slow. Do I need to write another blog post, go on a podcast and explain it? If you think remote work is slow, you're doing it wrong. Full stop. The thing he didn't say here, I don't even know if Jake knows. So Jake, if you're hearing this from me here, I'm sorry. Should have DM'd you this. He's right, but he's right with the assumption that the people you're hiring are great. And that's a hard thing to hire for. But for Jake to write this and for Jake to be this strong pro-remote work, he inherently has to have a bias towards great engineers. Because if you are working with average engineers, the remote ones tend to be worse on average. Is there anything else in this before I want to go to the blog post? Oof. Here's a painful chart. code commits. Obviously, they even call out here, commits are a flawed way to measure productivity, but it does reveal inactivity. 58% of engineers make less than 3 commits per month. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't care how much Git squashing you're doing. Less than 3 commits a month is absurdity. That's insane. Like 3 commits in like December when everybody's traveling, that's still too low. Like, are you kidding? Yeah. If you're wondering why all these mass layoffs are happening, here you go. Oh God, they call out by companies and the estimated number of ghost engineers at the company, and then total the cost. The cost numbers for the whole industry, by the way, are nuts. $90 billion in ghost engineers. $90 billion a year being paid to people doing fucking nothing. Oh, here, this is assuming that it's only 9.5%. I would argue a company like IBM or Oracle is more likely to have a higher percentage, and Google with its rest invest culture. I'd be surprised if those companies didn't have even more of this shit going on. Yeah, Didi's been calling this out for a minute. He's the VC that inspired this study, if you're curious. He used to work at Google. He's been all over the industry. Everyone thinks it's an exaggeration, but there's so many software engineers, not just at Fang, who I know personally, who literally make around 2 code changes a month. They do a few emails and a few meetings. They're remote, less than 5 hours a week for 200 to 300K a year. He personally knows people at all of these companies doing this, and I don't doubt it. Quiet quitting is very real. It's kind of insane. It's actually unbelievable. And this is also like I'll admit my bias here. I'm a startup guy. I love me some startups. I've invested in like 40 plus of the fucking things at this point, and I run my own startup. I advise a lot of companies. I want more startups to build better solutions for users. And a huge part of why they can build so much more effectively is 100% of the people building there are actually doing the thing, and at least half of them actually understand the users. When I was at Twitch, I was weird because I was one of the few people there that actually watched Twitch, and one of literally 3 or 4 out of 2,000 that actually streamed. And I think I streamed 5 times in 4 years, and I was still more understanding of what creators needed on Twitch than 99% of the fucking employees. Startups are able to build better things and take down these giant corporations because they're full of people who don't get it and don't fucking care. And they're not orchestrated in a way to deal with that. So as hilarious and shitty as this is, it's also a multi-billion-dollar opportunity for the companies that I like to invest in to take it down. So account for my bias here. I'm going to care more about this and be more excited about this than most because of the opportunity it represents, but it's still a real fucking problem. Like if this was some VC doing the research, it's one thing, but this was Stanford, and they did it based on that hypothesis and proved it even crazier than we thought. Yeah. If each company adds these savings to their bottom line, assuming no extra expenses, the market cap impact of 12 companies laying off unproductive engineers is $465 billion with no decrease in performance. Do you see why the layoffs are happening now? What if we extrapolate this to the entire world? Conservatively, assuming that there's if we just assume it's 6.5% of engineers instead of the 9.5, it's still $90 billion being wasted every single year. Aaron always has interesting comments. They're rarely smart. I'm just going to ignore his. Our friends over at Socket wrote an article about this. Everything Sarah's written has made my content much better, so I'm going to blindly read this and link it in the description if you want more details. I'm sure this will be good. Yeah, she called out everything we just read. The ghost engineer lifestyle. The ghost engineer phenomena is a new twist on the classic quiet quitting saga. This particular breed of top engineering talent, affectionately dubbed 0.1xers, has mastered the art of looking busy while perfecting excuses for delays. Das highlighted a few of the tools that they use. We went over these. The automatic mouse jiggler, so they always look like they're online, saying something will take 2 weeks when it's not actually going to, complaining about the spec not being clear enough, saying build is being slow. Can you create a Jira for that? 90% of Jira tickets will never be resolved. Absurdity. Yeah. And no, AI is not writing their code. Most of these people are chilling so hard they have no idea what AI can even do. Most people in tech were never surprised that Elon could lay off 80% of Twitter. You can lay off 80% of most of these companies. Yeah. And I'm not the biggest Elon fan, but he absolutely started this trend of companies realizing, oh shit, we can lay off all these useless people and just save a bunch of money. If we go back, this is haunting. 58% of engineers do 3 or less commits a month. That means you can let go of 58% of your engineers and lose 5% of your work. That's insane. That's just free money. And I'm surprised more companies aren't doing more aggressive layoffs. Yeah. And as I said in their analysis, 9.5% do virtually no meaningful work. And the commit activity they do have is trivial. 58% making fewer than 3 meaningful contributions. Yep. Is that 58% of all engineers? Oh, no, sorry. Okay. That's a good discovery. I misread that. This isn't 58% of all engineers. Good thing that I got this clarification here. This is a huge thing I was wrong about. I'm sure all the comments are going to say that because I made this correction too late. This is of the ghost engineers. Most of them just do literally nothing, but there are a bunch of them that do commit a lot more, but their commits are actually meaningless nonsense. So that makes this a lot less scary a number. It's not 58% of all engineers make no commits. It's of the ghost engineers. Of that 10%, 58% do literally nothing. So 5% of engineers commit 3 times or less a month, which is insane still, but it's not 50%. I wish I had caught that initially. My bad. Anybody I misled or got too scared with those numbers. I like this article for calling that out and correcting me. There's the 58 number. Yeah. Yeah. 58% make fewer than 3 meaningful contributions per month, and the other 42% make trivial changes like editing one line or a character to make their numbers look great. Yeah. And now we call out the economic impact. Stanford researchers estimate that by letting go of the ghost workers, companies like Cisco, Intuit, and IBM could save billions annually, adding $465 billion to their combined market caps, with zero impact on their performance. On a global scale, even conservative estimates suggest more than $90 billion is wasted on engineers doing nothing. Yeah. This is a good call out from... This is a good call out from Denisov, touches on the thing I was saying earlier, which this has a huge negative impact on innovation and motivated engineers. There is nothing worse as a motivated engineer that cares about making solutions to problems as being on a team where nobody else gives a fuck and you're surrounded by these ghost engineers. Because they'll hate you because you make them look bad by making actual things happen. If you're the person in the meeting that says, hey, that spec you said took 6 months, I can do that in a week. You get well regarded by the people who understand, but you also make enemies really fast. I got hard stopped for my promo table at Twitch. Just straight up, they wouldn't advance it because 3 or 4 people were pissed at me for how bad I made them look by doing their project in days when I didn't even know they existed. There was a point where I built a new mobile app from scratch for creators when I was on the creator team because I didn't even know there was a creator mobile team because they had literally shipped 0 in 4 years. They had not shipped a single fucking feature for 4 years. How am I supposed to know they exist? And I built the whole Creator mobile app from scratch in 3 days, and you bet your ass I won the hackathon as well as an HR warning because the mobile team was pissed at me. Those people drag down everyone around them because their goal isn't just to get by, is to get by as long as they can. And if other people are showing how bad they look, they're going to do whatever they can to slow you down too. Because they would rather everyone doesn't move than they get fired. As Denisov said here, it's insane that 9.5% of software devs do almost nothing while collecting paychecks. It unfairly burdens teams, wastes company resources, blocks jobs for others, and it limits humanity's progress. It has to stop. This is another really important point that I think I should touch on more. If you have 5 engineers doing nothing at your company, you can fire all of them. And even if you only rehire for 2 or 3 roles, those are opportunities for beginners and for other people who might have been laid off unfairly at another place to come in and make real changes. And it sucks to think that there are seats being taken up by people who don't give a fuck and aren't doing anything. And they're keeping a seat from somebody who just got out of college that's super motivated and ready to make actual changes. That sucks. That genuinely sucks. And I think it's important to call it out for those reasons. I hadn't even thought about the security implications. The huge Twitter hack that happened, like, it was pre-Elon. It was like a year or 2 before Elon, happened because somebody got hired, did jack shit, and just let someone else into their Slack account and into the admin panels because they didn't care. Those types of hacks and those types of exploits happen because somebody who barely exists, they're effectively invisible, still has access to shit they shouldn't. And since they're never doing anything, no one notices and they don't care. So when they get hacked, you have a free exploit to destroy the company. Happens all the time. And I would be beyond surprised if the ghost engineers didn't have a higher rate of being hacked than the non-ghost engineers, like the actual productive people, simply because they pay more attention to what's going on in their Slack account. If anything, I'd bet one of these ghost engineers would be hyped. Like, oh, my Slack account got compromised. Now they think I'm being more involved than I was. Yeah, obviously their code is garbage and untested too, so that's not going to go great. When the engineers aren't actively involved in maintaining security practices, they can create blind spots in a company's defense strategy, increasing the risk of breaches or compliance failures. Threat actors can exploit disengaged engineers through phishing, social engineering, or leveraging neglected updates and poorly reviewed code to infiltrate. Yeah, exactly what I was saying. You get the idea. I also hadn't thought about the on-call side here too, because most teams have some of these ghost engineers on them if they're a big enough team. And on-call doesn't get prioritized based on how hard an engineer works. It's a round robin. Everybody gets their turn. So if something bad happens when a ghost engineer is on call, it doesn't get fucking fixed. And I know that because I was only on call 1/5 of the time or so for my last team at Twitch, but I was the one fixing the shit half the time because either when I got on call, I inherited all the things no one fixed, or I saw something, I saw our team refusing to acknowledge it was us when it was causing huge problems for someone else, and I would just jump on the grenade and fix it because it needs to be fixed. I don't care if I'm not on call, it's going to get done. And it's sad that like the 10x engineers are literally necessary to balance out this fucking chaos. Productivity versus perception. Before you start side-eyeing your coworkers, it's worth noting that measuring productivity in software engineering is notoriously tricky. Commit counts or hours logged are poor indicators of true impact. This is actually a fun thing I had to explain to one of my contractors a while back because he was doing incredible work and was billing like 8 to 10 hours a week. And I sat him down and I was like, man, you're billing for the time in front of the keyboard, aren't you? He's like, yeah, isn't that what I'm supposed to do? It's like, how much time do you spend in the shower? Like when you're showering and starting your day, are you thinking about the things you're going to work on? Yeah, of course. When you're going out to grab food, is part of your brain thinking about the thing you were just working on? Yeah, absolutely. And after a few of those, he realized, oh, yeah, most of my hours are working in some way. That's why the 10 hours I spend in front of the keyboard are as productive as they are. And I convinced him to stop just billing for time in front of a computer and start billing a more general number of hours based on the time his brain was dedicated to the thing that he was doing. Because he was not a 0.1x engineer. He was not a fucking Ghost engineer. If anything, he kind of got treated as one in other roles where he built really good shit that the team wasn't ready for, and they just sat on it and never shipped it, inadvertently turning him into a Ghost engineer who built a bunch of work that never came out. It sucks. Yeah, somebody in chat said, bill by results, not by hours. I agree. It's hard, though, because if you spec out a product and say this will cost this much, you will be wrong with your spec some amount. My rule was always double the number that you think it's going to be, and you might be close. The problem then is if somebody doubles their number and tells me, and then I double it and tell it to somebody else, the estimates get all over the place. Oh shit, Skirt. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I forked the repo, and only one person's actually mad. It was a good meme. Right now we're talking about the $90 billion worth of engineers that do literally nothing. Hey, Skirt, I know you were considering looking for a job. You should consider being a Ghost engineer. They do literally nothing, and they make up 10% of engineers. Worth a shot. Yeah. As they say here, commit counts are not reliable. We need better ways to measure productivity. Some high-performing engineers, the mythical 10x's, produce significantly Some high-performing engineers, the mythical 10x engineers, produce significant results with fewer and well-thought-out contributions. And then there's me, who makes a contribution to show how something will work, and then a real 10x comes and fixes it. It's funny, I make so many PRs that don't get merged now because they're showing how the thing should be done, and then someone else comes in and does it. But yeah, these things are hard to measure, okay? The Ghost Engineer trend exposes systemic inefficiencies in talent management and performance evaluation. Remote work policies, once heralded as a game changer, are now under the microscope. They've enabled flexibility for many, but have also given rise to the ghost engineering phenomena. The tug of war over remote versus in-office work is likely to intensify as companies grapple with these kinds of leadership and accountability issues. Yeah. This was such a good article that I'm going to subscribe my researcher to it so he has to tell me when there's good emails. Sorry, Gabriel. I need someone to keep up with this. That was fantastic. I have no more notes. This was a painful learning. I'm thankful it's not 50% of engineers, but I still hate that it's 10. How do you feel? Are you a ghost engineer, or are you working with a whole bunch of them? Let me know what you think. And until next time, fire the useless people. Cool. Yep. You know how I do, Skirt. I'm just here to film. Stream should not be frozen, Larry. That sounds like a network issue on your part. Probably. I know Prime, if he hasn't already recorded this, is about to, so I'm going to make that priority. People are going to be so mad about the hiring part. I'm excited. Absolutely not. I just saw this on Twitter. I just know the more generic things that are like applicable to all engineering and not just web devs tend to be high priority for him. Yep. Very common. I've been surprised how many people I've met that like, actually, let's ban you. This is why I can't use YouTube chat, guys. I'm sorry. It's just like impossible. marker more for ghost engineers. This comment gave me one more quick rant that I want to go on. I had a coworker who was the type to constantly say, man, they need to pay us more without even doing much work. And then that started to reflect on me, and I started picking up some of his ways of thinking until two others who actually wanted to work joined our project and saved my career. I've seen that a genuinely horrifying number of times, and I've even experienced it myself, where there was a person on a team that wasn't getting much done. If you looked at their history, you looked at what they were doing, it wasn't a lot, but just having me around motivated them a ton. Suddenly they were reviewing more code. Suddenly they were hitting me up asking questions. Suddenly they were filing PRs and doing a whole lot more. There's some percentage of those 10% are people who are only ghosts because they're lonely, and the people around them are too. And I can't possibly guess what percentage of those people could be kicked into gear to be a great engineer again, but it is a percentage. Some of the best engineers I know, I met when they were in that spot where they were coasting because everyone around them was. It infects the people around you as you do it. If you don't do shit, the people around you stop doing shit. But if you show up and you're the one person actually getting things done, you can wake up the people around you who are falling into that trap. It's human nature to assimilate and do what's going on around you. The best thing is to have people who don't let it happen, who keep pushing, because they'll pull those others that don't want to be doing it like that out of it. So if you're one of those engineers that actually cares and you're surrounded by people who don't assume they're all bad intent. Don't assume that none of them care. Assume that they've fallen into the malaise and the trap of doing nothing, because that's what everybody around them is, and show them a better example. If after a few weeks, maybe even a few months, they haven't shown any progress, then they're fucking useless and they should be fired. But you'll be surprised at how quickly some of these people will snap out of it and start actually getting shit done and hanging out in my Twitch chat, because as silly as it sounds, I'd be very surprised if a meaningful number of that 10% hung out here, because they're checked out from engineering as a whole. Yeah. Imposter syndrome is a huge thing in those moments as well. People are saying it's true. Yeah. Hopefully this helps explain why that number can be better, and also why remote work kind of sucks, because it's harder to build this environment remotely. I've done it once or twice, but I had much more success in person. Yeah. FaZe, throw this in wherever it fits. I trust you guys to figure that out. Good shit. That was a fun one. I thank you, Chasen. Regardless, appreciate you for the 8 months of subscription. We got Lizard King here. Is that a reference to Lizard King the skater? I hope it is. I hope you're still here to tell me if it is or not, because Lizard King's a fucking legend. One of the greatest of all time. Then we got Abdomash here with the Prime. Thank you for that. And Finzal as well. Thank you all for the support. I don't want an agent to do that. The markers aren't a hard thing, and they guarantee that I know exactly where content starts and stops. I don't want, like if I was to build something for this, I would want a better UI to see where we are in different markers. I wouldn't want an AI to do fucking any of it. That's not the hard part. I want to optimize and automate out the annoying repetitive things, like the amount of moving folders around when I'm done with stream to chop based on those markers to create the individual assets. That part sucks. And if I could have an AI watch me do it twice and then automate it for me, that'd be kind of cool. But I don't want an AI to make the actual signals. AI is bad at signals. It's good at following directions. Yeah, anybody can be an engineer, absolutely. But not everybody can be a good engineer. The key is like being excited and being willing to feel dumb. The problem that most people run into is that like, doesn't matter how experienced you are as an engineer, you aren't getting better if you don't feel stupid half of the time. It's actually been nice. It's actually a good transition over to the how I use AI to write code. I didn't even put this on the list, but like, so I'm making a game. This has been very humbling. Cool. We're at 6 videos, almost 4 hours. Not too bad. We got more to do though. There's too much shit here. This is so hard to pick. The Tailwind one's going to go out of like date super quick, so I really should do this one. I don't necessarily agree with that. Why? We'll cover that in a bit. I need to find my magic mouse if I'm going to do the defense thing. This is funny because I hate it as a mouse, but I think the port on the bottom's fine. Let's do the Tailwind broke the web. Tailwind's quickly... Let me fix my shirt quick. This is going to get... Tailwind's quickly become the standard for modern web dev. There's a decent chance if you're rewriting your site or starting a new one, Tailwind's at least being considered. The speed at which it blew up is insane. It's kind of becoming the new way of dealing with CSS. I've even seen proposals that Tailwind should be built into the browser. But every once in a while, we get a reminder of why that's a bad idea. One of those just happened. As Adam, the creator of Tailwind, so kindly pointed out, if you're suddenly having custom text selection colors breaking in Chrome, like it happened for The Verge and Bloomberg, to huge sites that are using Tailwind, you have to enable this feature flag to fix it, because a new version of Chrome made some changes that broke this. This whole thing is fascinating. There's a great write-up here, and I'm super excited to break down all of this with you, why you should care, and how to prevent your websites from having problems like this. And we'll get to all of that right after a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. As I was saying, selection is broken in Chrome 131 due to the --tw text opacity field, as well as friends, other similar things. Do they have an actual example here? I was hoping I could show one of it breaking. Did they fix it? Okay, they fixed it. But I bet if I go to archive.org and find it from a week ago, maybe I just open it in Chrome. Nope. Make sure I'm on at least Chrome 131. Come on 131. And it's working. I thought this would break. It's possible they cached the right version of the CSS, or Chrome fixed it. I just wanted to show the bug. 1310. Let me see which version I'm on. Yeah, I'm on a new miner. If I way back it, will it work? Oh, rip. I don't want to go through all the Chrome betas. Well, let's go through the GitHub issue. So I wanted to try and reproduce this for you guys, but all of the sites that had the problem were broken. So I wanted to show you guys this bug so you can actually see it in action, but the sites that had it have all patched it, and none of the Wayback Machine examples I went through still showed it, so it's hard to show. The TLDR is this behavior where you highlight text can be customized, and a lot of websites, like The Verge, customize it for different colors. Or our friends over at Bloomberg, they make it nice and fancy with the black background. I actually like the custom text highlight color. I think it's a really cool and nice touch, but I guess it can break. And it wasn't just breaking where it reverted back to the default. It broke where it just didn't show it at all. It was rendering transparent instead of the color that you had set. Adam jumped in here and gave really useful info. Quick fix for all the Tailwind users. As long as you aren't using any of the BG opacity or text opacity utilities, you can use this feature flag to remove the problematic variables from your generated CSS. If you disable color opacity utilities by default, the bug goes away. Why, though? Let's keep digging in. This might be the best solution for the folks at The Verge because they are currently on Tailwind v 3.3 and might want to do more extensive testing before upgrading to 3.4 because he patched it in 3.4 as quickly as he could. The alternative solution was to replace any use of classes like selection BGL400 with selection BGL400 over 100. Maybe you're starting to see where this bug came from. I see chat starting to catch on. This is what was happening on Twitter for a while. Yes, this has been happening in a handful of places. And the reason, if we go dig into the issue here, is if you have an opacity variable set for a background color with a text selection, it resolves it to transparent. If you explicitly set it to a number, you're good. But if you use a variable for that background color, it fundamentally breaks. Also, if you remove the : selection, it still works. It's the combination of selection, which is a selector to get the text you selected. I know I'm overusing the word selection. Sorry, it's how the things are named. It's the combination of selection and a variable for your opacity that causes this to break. This is entirely a Chrome bug. So yeah, I kind of clickbaited you guys. I'm going to turn on dark mode so you don't complain. So yeah, I kind of clickbaited you guys by saying this is a Tailwind thing because Tailwind isn't the cause here. They used everything according to web standards, but this Chrome version, when trying to optimize variable resolution, broke it for selection, is my guess. It's funny that The Verge did an article about how Chrome got fixed and they only care because it affected them. It's great. Makes it possible to see what you're highlighting again. Okay, to be clear, it was only broken if you customized it, but yeah. The latest version of Chrome has addressed an issue in the browser that broke the ability to highlight text on some websites over the weekend. This is also why I couldn't reproduce it, because I'm not going to revert to a weird, like, patch of a patch update on Chrome. Not easy to do. Yeah. His text highlight working on our story from yesterday about the issue. Oh, they did a whole story on it. It's funny, the version multiple stories about this because they're just trying to get Google to fix it. And it's easy to report on things if you're trying to get them changed, as I've certainly learned. We didn't break your copy and paste on purpose, but it might be a little broken on sites like The Verge, Bloomberg, and X, Twitter. I'll never... Not happening. It's still Twitter. Oh, shit. Embed as a repro video. Thank you, Embed. Yeah. Here, Embed is selecting text, and you can't see it. But if you go there and change that to a real number, suddenly you can see it again. Yeah. That's no good. That's a pretty killer bug. Thank you, Embed, for taking the time to switch Chrome versions. Oh, somebody else did it. Well, thank you for finding the video regardless. Anything else good in this article before I skip it? So according to Google, what happened is the inheritance behavior of selection properties has historically been implemented through the originating element inheritance, and where the selection uses the properties from a selection. So according to Google, here's what's changed. The inheritance behavior of selection properties has historically been implemented through the originating element inheritance, where the selection uses the properties from a : selection selector that matches the element being selected. Chrome version 130 and earlier used this model. 131 enabled a new behavior whereby elements inherit selection behaviors from their parent. Interesting. I want to see how that would break the variable. Let's go back to Adam's thing here, because I'm sure this will be more useful to explain how it happened. Tailwind has historically let you combine two classes to set the color of something and adjust the opacity of the color. So people have been able to do things like selection : BG red 500, selection : BG opacity 50, where the implementation of these classes would look like this. We have selection BG red 500 that uses the Tailwind BG opacity variable that gets applied from a different element here. And since this is on selection, you would imagine that they're both targeting the same thing. So the selection element combined with the selection selector, I fucking hate the naming here so much, you have no idea. This combo should result in this variable being available here. But the difference in these here results in the variable as defined here not being accessible as done here. Yeah. So now they pushed a change that has a fallback where by default, Tailwind BG opacity will be set to 1, and then it can be overridden by other things and fall back to 1 if we're not given anything. But this breaks composition in Chrome if the variables defined on : selections pseudo elements are going to be ignored going forward. There is an alternative solution for our users who don't want to change the opacity, which is to use a single class, which is what they recommend anyways. BG red 500 over 50. I do love this syntax, the divide by number to control opacity. I was iffy at first because it massively bloats the potential number of classes. I fell in love with it. Okay, thank you, chat, for the correction. I should be referring to the : selection as a pseudo class, but it's a pseudo class that is part of the selector, so everything sucks. Yeah. Call it that there's one problem that will still exist because of the Chrome change, which is that selection backgrounds will still be invisible if someone writes something like this. So if you set a default BG opacity to 0, and you set a selection to BG red 500, and also change the opacity to 50. I've done code like this before where you set a default value that makes something invisible and then change depending on certain other properties. That breaks. It seems like Chrome fixed it and the change already went out. So thankfully, you won't have to do this. I'm not sure if they're going to revert here, actually. I'm curious. We'll see. Let's look at recent pull requests and see if they undid this. I'm going to start from here, see if it's referenced in a pull request. Let's go look at the change log, see if it's in there. I'm just curious if it's got reverted or not. And this is the next version. I want main. Okay, cool. So they haven't reverted the change. So all of the weird behaviors that Adam described there are still the case. I am very curious if they end up reverting or not. I'll be sure to leave a comment if by the time this is published, this has been reverted. I hope they're able to, because this was absolutely a bug on Chrome's part, and it's obnoxious they had to deprecate certain patterns and behaviors and features because Chrome made a weird assumption about how it resolves things. Okay, Naman is here. Naman's the creator of StyleX, and also one of the few people that can, in my opinion, meaningfully hate on Tailwind and actually has real points. The heavy use of CSS variables is one of the most concerning things about Tailwind for me. Sadly, CSS variables are a bunch of weird performance pitfalls, which is probably why Google is trying so hard to optimize them. That checks out. CSS variables are a weird pile of hacks, and it isn't surprising that they have performance issues, and it isn't surprising they're trying to resolve them with optimizations like this. But it is surprising that they broke the web again, and that Tailwind users were the ones who were hit the hardest. It's just one of those weird scenarios where CSS doesn't provide us what we need. So Tailwind is trying its hardest to build what we actually need by hacking around Chrome's shortcomings and the web's shortcomings, using the few features we have to build better primitives. And then when they try to improve the primitives, Tailwind breaks because now there's assumptions built on top of it. This is why Smooshgate happened and why there have been all these weird failed attempts to improve browser standards. What's the XKCD? There's a great one for this. Yeah, workflow. My favorite XKCDs ever. CPU no longer overheats when you hold down spacebar. This update broke my workflow. My control key is hard to reach, so I hold spacebar instead, and I configured Emacs to interpret a rapid temperature rise as control. That's horrifying. Look, my setup works for me. Just add an option to re-enable spacebar heating. Yeah. The classic. No good change goes without causing someone a problem. And it seems like that is kind of what happened here. The results being funny enough to cause The Verge to write multiple articles about it. But yeah, makes sense that we ended up here. What a fun and wild ride this one was. You're going to be more careful with how you highlight text, or are you going to move off of Tailwind? Let me know. And until next time, be careful what Chrome version you're running. Cool. One more done. Thank you, Barco. I used to do a lot of copy editing, so I would help people like by reading their post and making small changes. I'm pumped that that skill has become so useful with the way I film content. It's also certain people write in a way that's really easy for me to like riff on and adjust that way. And different writers definitely change how easy or hard it is for me to do things like that. Like Ryan Carniato, for example, his writing is very easy for me to read and riff on. Boba Kang, his writing is super easy for me to read and riff on. But then there are some people who are like really smart, and when I read, there's nothing for me to riff. Like Paul Graham. It almost sucks reading Paul Graham blog posts because there's nothing for me to add because it's so simple and focused, and there isn't as much for me to add outside of it with my own opinions because it's so locked in. It just depends a lot on the perspective, the writing style, and a lot of other things. I think more about how blogs are written than ever now because I have this other angle of turning them into content. Yeah, so all the things that I think too much about. Is there anything actually interesting in this release? Ooh. There actually is. Yeah, I'm doing this one. Is there a release mess with the most recent cursor release? I haven't heard about any of that. Give me more context. I'll take a look in a minute. It's that time of year again. Looks like there's a new Angular release, and this one's actually really exciting. Not just because the React and Angular versions are finally synchronized at 19, but because they're actually seeming to pay more attention to both what we're doing in other frameworks, as well as what the Angular community itself is looking for. Historically, Angular has not been that, I don't want to say reactive because that has other implications, but not as responsive to what's going on both inside and outside. I've been horrified to see some of the I've personally been horrified seeing some of the really talented engineers in that ecosystem whose work was getting ignored. But that really seems to have changed. The Angular 19 release is genuinely pretty exciting, and I can't wait to tell you all about it. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. I am curious about, here's a bunch of features in Cursor 0.43. Interesting. They wanted the, what are they called? Agents, and they got pulled, and now they're upset. Lol. Auto migration for Signal. Okay, that'll be really cool. Let's dive in. The first thing that threw me, if you didn't know, the creator of Angular, specifically AngularJS, was Mishko, M-I-S-K-O, who's also the creator of Qwik, Q-W-I-K, the framework. So seeing Minko writing this and not Mishko threw me for a second, but unnecessary tangent, let's dive in, because they are doing some huge things. In the past 2 years, we doubled down on our investment in dev experience and performance, which is fun because these are the two things I would argue Angular was lacking the most, and they're really focused on fixing that finally. Believe it or not, there was a point in time where Angular was kind of leading the industry in DX. They were the first framework to go all in on TypeScript, even though Angular was a Google framework and TypeScript was a Microsoft project. I could even make the argument we might never have seen the success TypeScript has today if it wasn't for Angular. And it hurts me to say that, but it's true. In every single release, we've been consistently shipping improvements that multiply their impact when combined together. Seeing the positive community response and increased engagement in our developer events is validating that we've been moving in the right direction. Today's release is bringing a series of improvements that will make it even easier for you to deliver fast web apps with confidence. This is interesting because I am suspicious of the number of new Angular apps being created compared to other tools and technologies, but the value of Angular is that code bases from 10 years ago suck the exact same amount today as they sucked 10 years ago, which is great. Where there's a lot of React code bases that have had new things added layer upon layer that now suck worse than they used to. Angular, to its benefit and detriment, has historically moved slow enough to not end up with that rift of quality of experience across the code base, which has benefits and negatives. Thankfully, they are focused on making sure the whole Angular community gets to come along for the ride to these improvements, which is huge. And it's not just interop, it's a lot of code mod type stuff. We'll get to that and we'll compare it to how React handled things with hooks in just a minute. First, the highlights. Developer preview of They introduced a developer preview of incremental hydration supporting the most performance demanding use cases. Incremental hydration is going to be real fun. The fact that Angular knows what a server is and that HTML is a thing is a huge change that they've been working towards that we're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for. They added control for which routes render on client, server, or during build, and the ability to resolve route parameters during those pre-rendering steps. We don't even really have this in Next.js right now, so that's going to be fun to read. They added schematics for keeping you up to date with the latest best practices, inputs, outputs, queries, injected based dependencies, They have new schematics to keep you up to date with the latest best practices. I don't want to talk about dependency injection, especially if you put the word inject in the front. But the new build system stuff's going to be real cool. Stabilization of core reactivity primitives and the introduction of some new ones like linked signal and resource. This is huge, by the way. Angular went all in on signals. They almost like built solid into the framework in a lot of ways, and it's allowed for a lot of meaningful improvements to performance, as well as the way that you can get this on your code base, which we'll get to in a bit, as well as the series of quality of life improvements. For probably my favorite call on this list, though, they're actually going through feature requests on GitHub. They set a weird bar of 2,700 thumbs up, which means there was one thing with 2,500 thumbs up they didn't want to do. That's why they drew the line there. That's always how it goes. But I get it. They wanted to use the community signals to figure out what people do and don't actually care about, which is great. Now they have a time picker component, unused import auto removal, running schematics via the language server, and a bunch of other cool things. Ooh, HMR for styles is huge. I can't believe they didn't have that. What that means is if I have my page open and I have my editor open next to it, and I change something that isn't a style, it would update the page without me refreshing. But if I wanted to, how do I put it? But if I wanted to screw around with the styles, like I'm playing with the border color of a chat box, and I save a CSS change, I wouldn't see it in the browser until I refresh. HMR for styles is huge. It's actually, I would argue, one of the best use cases for hot module replacement, because if I get my page into a state and it doesn't look how I want it to, I want to be able to change the styles without losing that state. And that wasn't popular in Angular before. To their credit, this only got added to Remix like a year ago. It was one of my biggest issues with it. So it's not like everyone has this, but it's cool seeing them catch up to these, what I would call modern tools, standards, and expectations. I want to see a quick overview, 25 minutes. No, we're just going to talk about it. Evolving Angular, we see the best opportunity to enable, this is a really, really weirdly written sentence. Evolving Angular, we see the opportunity to enable best performance practices out of the box so that we can support your performance-sensitive use cases. In the past 2 years, we kicked off a project to enable zoneless Angular, made server-side rendering an integral part of the Angular CLI, and we worked closely with Chrome Aurora on hydration and the image directives. What even is this? Okay, Aurora is the collab between frameworks and Chrome. It's the reason that like Next is finally getting some nice things with pre-rendering and prefetching and images and all that, like added in on all sides. It's been a nice change. And Aurora is the name for this collab. Weird that I haven't heard other frameworks calling it by that name, just saying they're collaborations with Chrome, but it makes sense. They're the Google framework. They're going to use all the proper nouns for everything. Version 19, we're elevating Angular server-side rendering to another level with incremental hydration, server route configuration, event replay enabled by default, and more. These are huge changes. Angular up until recently had no concept of server rendering. Almost all of it was coming from Brandon Roberts with Analog.js, which was his attempt at making a Next.js equivalent for Angular. Before Angular even had proper SSR support, he hacked all of it in himself. Now, more and more of these parts are ending up in Angular itself. I wish I'd give him more credit for the work he did and pull him in more often, but at the very least, the progress is finally happening. Is it too little, too late? That's not for me to decide. I'm just happy it's here. The event replay is a big one. If you're not already familiar with what hydration is, it means that you run JavaScript code on the server to generate a page. The user gets that page, but then none of the JavaScript is there yet. So if I have a button with an on click and I click it, but the JS hasn't loaded yet, nothing happens until the JS loads and hydrates, which means it binds all the right JS to the right places on the page. So what event replay does is it allows me to, when I click a button and the JS isn't there yet, the HTML has inlined some JS that caches and puts all of the things you do on a queue. So when the JS finally all loads in, at that point, it can just execute everything in the queue. So if you click a button, you have to wait a second for all the JS to load and bind and everything, but the event doesn't get lost. It just gets buffered waiting for the JS that can actually process it. This is the case in most server-side rendered frameworks, which is why hydration isn't a big problem. Sorry, Mishko, we just disagree on this one. This is the right fix for most of the time. To be fair, that means you'll click a button and nothing will happen until everything else loads in. And with Angular, some of those payloads and some of those JS files are massive, but you're not losing events. And once that JS loads, it's all cached and you have no problems at all going forward. So it's a nice thing, especially when you combine it with incremental hydration, which means different parts of the page can be hydrated in different orders depending on what's the most important thing. Like if I go to the Amazon page for a random item, the add to cart button probably needs to work way faster than anything else on the page, or the buy it now button, versus the leave a review button probably doesn't need to be filled in quite as early. So if you can choose which things become active and have their behaviors bound first versus what does later, that can save you a lot of that giant JS chunk to make sure the right parts are responsive quicker. But none of this matters if once the JS is loaded, things are still slow. And they've done some really cool things for that too, which I'm sure we'll get to soon, if not immediately after. Building large web apps increases the amount of JavaScript that we ship to the user. Do you know what else does that? Begins with an A and ends in Angular. Anyways, it does negatively impact the user experience to have too much JS. I think we all hopefully agree on this at this point. If not, I don't know how I can help you. In version 17, we made it trivial to lazily load code using deferrable views for client-side rendered apps. For server-side rendered apps, we introduced full app hydration, which requires all of the JS associated with a given page to make it interactive. So what this means is if you had an element that required a ton of JS, you could lazily load that JS in later, so everything else for the page is there immediately. But as soon as you introduce SSR, you have to load all the JS. Now you can use deferrable views to say, no, don't load the JS for this part. Don't render that part yet. Let the client deal with it when it gets there. I don't want to block on this, which is a nice change. The way to do this in React and Next.js is you use their next dynamic wrapper and pass SSR:false in order to do this type of behavior. Cool to see it built in to Angular directly. Welcome incremental hydration in developer preview. Okay, so it's still in dev preview. It's still very new. What it allows you to do is use their @defer directive. Love or hate directives. They are what they are. Wow, that looks familiar. Okay, I actually genuinely love that Angular is cloning Next.js demos. That is such a good sign that they're paying attention to what is or isn't working. I don't care how fucking into Angular you are, Next.js, React, and all the things in that ecosystem are innovating much faster and bringing us much closer to a better and faster web. If you're not able to acknowledge that, you're holding back the web. Angular not only acknowledging this, but fully embracing it, using the terminology that was invented on that side of the fucking forest and bringing it over here is huge. And the reason I'm going on this tangent is that this demo I just watched, it looks very familiar. Here is the Next.js commerce template. Pretty funny. I love that, though. I like that they're actually paying attention to what's going on in the ecosystem and making something that looks so hilariously similar, because all of our goals should be the same. We should be trying to improve the tools and technologies we use to make the web and the experience we have building for the web better. And they're no longer living in their own bubble. My concern here is I don't know how many of the Angular devs are actually going to like this, because I know a lot of people who picked Angular because it didn't change. And now that Angular is actually changing and improving, those people might get upset. And if you were around long enough to know the Red Wedding, which was AngularJS v1 to Angular v2, which the dropping of JS because they moved to TypeScript, that shift was so big that it makes a lot of devs who were around then hesitant to any major update ever They just assume it's going to break everything because AngularJS to Angular was a rewrite of your code base. Period. Chat saying they all love this, but to be clear, if you're an Angular dev and you watch my live streams, hell, if you're an Angular dev and you watch my YouTube videos, you're probably not the person I'm worried about here. Because you're already paying attention. Like, you use Next.js for fun on the side. You're not the average Angular dev. You get the point. I hope they're able to get the whole community excited and to move along with them, because I hate seeing people stuck in the past because they're scared of change. And if they can ease these devs into the change, that'll be a huge, huge win. And to their credit, React kind of failed with this with server components. The strategy to make the average React dev respect server components is for the React team to help me and people like me communicate about them better. I hope it wins. I like to think that strategy is good, but it's a complex and different enough way of thinking, and React devs have spent so much time on the client and so little time on the server that they struggle with the new mental model. I don't know if the average Angular dev has changed their mental model for 5 years. So I'm curious to see if and how they pull this off. And if they do, I hope I can learn a bunch from it too, as I try to get people onto the train leading to the future. So let's actually pay attention to this demo. Okay, so he clicked, and then it hydrated that part. Interesting. And when he clicked there was a loading spinner there, or a loading state. And that loading state wasn't because we were waiting for the server to respond with the new page. It was because the JS had to load, hydrate that spot, and then get interactive. This is actually a really good thing. If they can get this working for giant Angular code bases, it'll make the perceived responsiveness of these old Angular apps that are huge much better. There's a bit of backstory here where Angular and Wiz, which are the two Google frameworks, one is the popular public one, Angular, one's the nobody knows about it private one, Wiz. Wiz is super fast and performant, and its DX is absolute garbage. They've internally been trying to fuse together Angular and Wiz and merge them into one framework with the best of both. But I have concerns. Specifically, you're probably watching me on YouTube right now. YouTube was written in Wiz. This means they're going to be porting YouTube to Angular. If they can get all this stuff in first, YouTube will be slightly faster. If they can't, or they have to turn off any of these features, YouTube is going to get way slower. So I hope, for my own livelihood, they pull this off, because whether or not I use Angular, it's probably going to be the single framework most responsible for my income in the near future. So we're rooting for them. Yeah. So here's how they describe what's going on here. A component in grayscale filter shows Angular hasn't loaded and hydrated yet. Angular downloads a component from the network when the component starts pulsing. And Angular has downloaded and hydrated the component when there's a purple border around it and the component no longer has a grayscale filter. Okay. So all of the grayscale isn't just them doing the Vercel theming. It's them showing the thing hasn't hydrated yet. That makes sense. Yeah, once you've clicked here, now this whole thing has been hydrated. And now if you click other things there, it'll be way faster. Okay, this is making sense. That's a cool change. It's funny because this is like what Mishko was trying to do with Quick, and he's going to be so mad if Angular beats him to it. Oh. Yeah. The demo also has an artificial delay of 500 milliseconds for each loading operation. So that's why it seems slow with those things coming in. They did that to make the demo good. If you had a shitload of JavaScript and you were on a slow internet connection, it could actually take that long. Here's a cool point, though. Notice that at the beginning, everything beside the top bar is grayed out. This means that at this point, we have not downloaded any of the JS associated with the page. When the user engages with the filter component at the top left, Angular downloads it, which they indicated by pulsing, and after that, it hydrates it. So by default, Angular isn't loading JS until you start doing things. Then the JS comes in. There's a lot of benefits and a lot of negatives to this approach. I think it's pretty hype. The potential here is huge. I am assuming that it will start to prefetch things in the background if you're not doing anything, and it will optimize for the ones you're clicking on and not just rely on these actions, because if it only downloads the JS when you interact, everything's going to feel slower until everything's been downloaded. But they're going to find the balance here. There's a reason it's a preview feature. That said, it's really fucking cool, and it'd be cool to see this in React. Wait. Oh, no. I just said it would be cool if React gets something that Angular has first. I'm going to have an existential crisis. That's a first. A first and then some. Anyways. Even without the artificial delay, Angular now will download and hydrate the components asynchronously, which means that we have to replay the user events. For this functionality, we're using the event replay. That was introduced in Angular version 18, which powers Google Search. Google Search is powered by Angular now? How long is that? Well, they're hiding it well. They're hiding it very well. Apparently it is. I have more reasons to believe it is. I have a funny one. It was Levels was complaining about Google's page rank shit recently. Here. It's a funny tweet that immediately came to mind when I learned that Angular is being used on Google.com. On Google's own core vitals scores, Google.com fails, which is pretty funny because these are the scores Google uses to pick what things it should or shouldn't index as strongly, and it fails its own test, which is really funny. And the fact that INP is as low as it is, that it takes 250 milliseconds from when you click something to when you get to the next part. If they're waiting for the JS to load from when I click to when I see the result, this might actually be the reason that score was that low. Like, as hilarious as it is, it might actually be Angular introducing event replay on Google.com that pushed back this number like that. That's kind of funny. Fun to link all these parts together. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's interesting. That's all. When you update to Angular 19, you can try the new incremental hydration in any application that already uses SSR and has full application hydration. In your client bootstrap, you specify the following. You add the with incremental hydration to provide client hydration. Cool. You can even apply it to portions of your template with @defer. I hate the syntax so much. We're going to ignore the syntax because there's cool things here. If I just don't, if I pretend this isn't Angular, I can learn a lot of cool things here. Also on the same topic, pagespeed.web.dev, which is the thing we're running the test on, scores terribly on page speed. There is also the callout on Levels.io thing where he thinks it's impossible for anyone to get this because the way he builds, it's really hard to get these scores. But you can also game them and get good ones. I thought Malta had responded here. I can't find it, but I know a lot of other engineers showed how you can get the good scores, but also that sites that fly, like Next Faster, which I did a whole video on how insanely fast the site is. This site scores poorly on that because it measures weird shit. I really think that the page speeds insights needs to be overhauled to be a little more modern. But if I had to pick between page speeds being modernized and Angular being modernized, I hate him saying it, but I would pick Angular. Here we are. Yeah. They have the whole section here on event replay. I mentioned how this works. They have their event dispatch library. Oh, are they not using Angular itself? They're just using the event dispatcher because it's a separate library. That's kind of cool. And as I mentioned before, this is part of the convergence of Angular and Wiz, which is why these things are happening and being broken out this way. This is exactly what I said before, where the page starts listening for all JS events, stores them, and then once everything else loads, the event dispatcher can trigger those JS events. It's cool stuff. Worth a dig if you're curious about it. I don't think I could possibly make a video about that people care about. Oh shit, I didn't know you were here, Dylan. Yeah. Of course, Multiflex showing that all of Vercel stuff passes. Oh, Next Faster does pass. Didn't know that. That's cool. Yeah, this is a funny call out because Levels had said every website fails Google's Core Web Vitals. Not every website. I'd argue most Vercel websites probably don't. But yeah, it is what it is. Worth considering. Are they even using Excalidraw for demos now? Are they watching me? I should have worn my Angular shirt for this. Fuck. For what it's worth, the Angular team's actually been really nice for me to chat with and work with. They've been super friendly and kind and good. God, am I becoming... No, I need to stop. I'm not going to become an Angular person. I'm not going to do it. Oh, wait, no. We know this is an Angular because they use capital letters for the components. It is actually cool seeing them use Excalidraw and things like that for this, though. I love this. Ooh, they made event replay the default. That's actually huge. So this will just work for everybody because I'll be real. Most Angular devs aren't turning on experimental features. They're Angular devs for a reason. These things becoming the default's actually going to improve the quality of experience on the web. Like Cisco's Web Connect and their whole fucking like whatever it's called, their Zoom equivalent just got so much better once they update to Angular 19 in 2 years. I'm curious about this route level render mode. Oh, I get this. Since in Angular, you configure your routes instead of it all being path-based. I like route config. I like this. I wish I could do this in Next for a lot of reasons. The fact that you can specify how it should render. You can say this should be server rendered, this should be client rendered, and this should be pre-rendered. So we render it on the server, and then the client takes over from there. That's cool that you can configure that. I actually really like that. In Next.js, you have to export magic variables for their equivalent, which is not fun. They're slowly moving away from that with partial pre-rendering and dynamic I/O. But since Angular is never going to do magic right, I like that they gave me the config here. This is good. I like this a lot. I'm not going to say I want this in React again. It's just going to hurt me if I do. We're going to get this in TanStack, to be fair. So TanStack start's going to be real similar. Oh, God. Is TanStack start the Angular of React? I don't want to think too hard about that thought. Yeah. In the past, there was no ergonomic way to resolve route parameters at pre-render time, which means like if you have an ID in the URL or you have a query param the end of the URL, those types of things, you couldn't get them when you did pre-rendering. Not that you can, and it's funny, you could actually do this relatively easily with Page Router with Next.js, but App Router does not make it friendly at all. It's nice that you can just specify, I want these IDs, I'm going to grab them, and then I'm going to return a map of them, because now it's going to go through all the values here and generate HTML for them during build, so when a user goes to the page, it's already been generated. Nice. Quality change. Server-side rendering with zoneless Angular. Zone.js has historically been a critical component in Angular's SSR, notifying the serving stack when the framework has completed rendering and all of the markup on the page is ready. We identified the main reason to wait for apps are pending requests in navigation. We introduce a primitive that we use in Angular with HTTP client as well as the router, which delays sending the page to users until the app is ready. That means you don't need Zone.js, which is the thing that kept track of all that in the past. I'm not familiar with how much people would be upset with Zone.js and why they care so much, but if they put it this high up, it's got to be a big deal. It is cool that RxJS, which might not be popular outside of Angular anymore, is still very much part of their world, that you can pipe the event for when the page is actually done hydrating so you can trigger things at that point. Very nice. When the subscription emits a new value, we'll make the app stable and the serving stack will pass the rendered markup to the client. Interesting. Anyways, let's dive into DX because I've been making jokes about it the whole time. I want to hear the actual changes. Instant edit and refresh with HMR. That's huge. You save and you see the change. Angular 19 supports HMR for styles out of the box, and they enable experimental support for templating HMR as well. Oh, they had no HMR before. Styles is just the only thing it supports by default. Interesting. As a React dev that's been building things in other tools, especially like I've been building a game in Phaser.js, I didn't realize how used to saving, checking browser, saving, checking browser I was. The fact that I have to refresh and build systems to get back to the state I care about is very strange. And I'm still struggling with the mental adjustment to that. The fact that Angular didn't have it is terrifying, but they're finally taking it seriously because they actually care about DX now. You look at that. You save a style, and as soon as you save it, you see the difference. You don't have to refresh it or lose the state. If you have a counter or like a chat widget, it holds it in the right spot. Yeah. We introduced standalone components over 2 years ago in V14. Wait, there's been 5 majors in 2 years for Angular? The fuck? We've had 1 major in 3 years for React. Latest developer survey, over 90% of devs said they're using this feature. As part of V19, we're providing a schematic that will run as part of the ng update, and it will automatically remove the standalone component metadata property for all your standalone directives, components, and pipes, and set standalone to false for non-standalone abstractions. Yeah, it turns out isolated components are a good thing. Who would have thought? Oh, that's the thing I hadn't even thought of. HMR looks great. Might stop editing styles in DevTools. I forgot people do that. I don't change styles in Chrome. I change them in my editor and look at them in Chrome because it's faster to do it that way. The fact that people still rely on Chrome DevTools for testing styles is insane to me. And it shows just how bad the DX was at the time. I am so thankful we don't need to do that anymore. Oh, they even added a compiler check to say all components have to be standalone because historically components were not as fully encapsulated and the relationship between them was complex. People don't want to build that way anymore, so they let you emphasize and specify and compiler check that you're not building with the weird bridging between elements anymore. That's a huge change. Turns out, again, isolated components are a good thing. State of testing tooling, I don't care. Secure from the start, I kind of care. Oh, there was some weird strict content things. I did an Angular project for a demo at Render ATL this year where I ran an Angular project inside of a Next project for a demo. The amount of weird meta tag shit Angular does by default around like base URLs and stuff is terrifying. Curious what they changed here. They automatically will generate a hash-based strict content security policy based on the scripts in your index.html. The browser will add the hash of every inline script to the CSP. Each script will have a unique hash associated with it. That will prevent an attacker from running a malicious script on your page because for the browser to execute the script, its hash needs to be present in that CSP. That's cool. It's more bloat in the Angular like metadata field, but nice they're doing those things. Ooh, this might break Chrome extensions actually. Fuck. Interesting. Evolving reactivity. Here's where we get to the real fun signal stuff I was hinting at before. The stuff that makes Angular go from the slowest framework to one of the fastest in one feature add. A core theme for Angular over the past 2 years has been evolving our reactivity system. In version 19, we're excited to share a couple new complementary APIs in the stabilization of some of the feature. In V19, we're excited to share a couple new complementary APIs, as well as the stabilization of some of the fundamental reactivity APIs that we introduced in the previous versions, such as input, output, and view queries. I hate these names, but we'll see what they do. Over the past year, we observed how devs are using the new input, output, and view query APIs, and we're graduating them to stable. To simplify the adoption of the new APIs, we developed schematics that will transform your existing inputs, outputs, as well as view queries. So now this will switch you to use the stable version, which is cool. They even have a joint thing for running that. Nice. But what I'm more excited about, I thought they had a code mod that auto did this. No, is it just the code mod to advance you to the new version? Somebody in chat said they did a code mod to migrate your code over to the new signal stuff. Is this what they meant, migrating from all the old signals to the new ones, or? Oh, I misread this entirely. Inputs and outputs and view queries were already in Angular before they were signals. Is that correct? Okay. Retake on this section. This is where things start to get real fun. The stabilization of these new signal-based APIs. So inputs and outputs and view queries are how a lot of the data management goes in existing Angular apps. They've been moving these APIs over to use signals so they can be much more granular with their updates. Now that they've stabilized the APIs and they've finished the signals part, you can run these generate commands that will update all of the usage you have of the standard inputs, queries, and outputs APIs to make them use the new signal-based APIs instead, which should be a one run, and now your app is faster. There are catches. They call out that since signal inputs are read-only, in contrast to traditional inputs, you might need to migrate parts of your app manually if you're actually setting inputs directly. But you can run all of these at once, and you might end up with an app that runs much better. That's pretty cool. This is kind of like what we're seeing in the React world with the compiler, but it's less like we have a new API that's how you're going to write React. It's more the compiler takes your React code and makes the actual output different. Different approaches with similar goals. Cool to see them making so much progress, though. Ooh, modernize your code via the language service. Angular's always been really deep on the dev tools side. Like, they were first to TypeScript. They cared a lot about the language server and things like VS Code. It's not surprising that they're going all in on that with these huge changes. What's cool here is you can now click an input and convert it to a signal input. That's pretty cool. There's a one click to do that now. Very different syntax. So if input checked is false, convert input to a signal. Now it's read-only checked. Pretty cool. Read-only checked equals input false, using the input from Angular core instead of the directive. Entirely different syntax, but the potential performance here is massive. Cool to see that they have a code mod as well as editor tools to help you start migrating these things. Like, imagine if when class components got moved to hooks, React gave us these tools to automatically start migrating things over to hooks. Angular has to, because nobody wants to be in an old Angular code base in general. But if they're going to start making these changes, they need to make it as easy as possible so you don't end up with a split in your code base of the old way and the new way, because that's like the specific thing they want to avoid. So it's cool to see they care this much about these parts. They also introduced linked signals because people called out that they needed a solution for this common use case, because often in UIs, there's a need for mutable state that still tracks some higher level state. So if you have a selection UI that is a current selection state, which changes as the user makes selections, but it also needs to reset if the list of options gets changed. The linked signal primitive creates a writable signal which captures this type of dependency. So we have a signal with apple, banana, and fig, a linked signal which picks the first option. And now if we set our choice to fig and we call it, we see it's fig. But if we update the options so that they're actually peach and kiwi instead of these 3 options, if we still had fig, that's an invalid state because the options doesn't include fig. Hell, I've even had this problem with pick thing. I'll show you guys. Ignore Biden. If I select, actually, we won't ignore Biden. I'll select these. Now I'm going to click white shirt. I still have 2 selected because I'm not updating the selection based on what is or isn't visibly available because I'd have to double the amount of code to do that. I will eventually, but I haven't yet. And as a result, you have these states where it says I have 2 things selected where I don't see anything on the screen that can be selected, and I can't even unselect them until I change the state. The only way to fix this is a lot of annoying update code, but now with linked signals, you can build these like derivative layers on top, these dependent chains to update as things go. They're derived values with the ability to set specific values. Yeah. So I see that people like to name this computed values, but there's a difference because a computed value can't be set. If this computed value was just we take the first thing from options and then never let you change it, cool, computed value works. The difference here is once we have set this, you can now update it later on to not be the first value. But if the dependent value changes, it will reset with functionality. That's good. There are catches. There are absolutely catches. Like using this to do what I just showed properly requires you write a lot of code in this link signal update function. But it will at least work. There's a lot of potential here to build better UX as a result of these changes. That is quite exciting. I need to blow my nose. 1 sec. The cold is catching up with me. Anyways, it's also worth noting that Angular has its own computed signal, which is what we were just describing, where it only ever can be the value determined in this function. I can't override double count. The only way I change double count is by changing count because it's a derived value. It comes from the original. What a linked signal is actually a somewhat new concept where it is a derived signal that gets rederived whenever the state that it depends on changes, but can still get updated by the developer directly separately. I was going to ask about this. Like, do you get to see the options as well as what was previously selected? Good shit. Yeah. It also has an advanced API, which allows for more complex logic, such as maintaining the user's choice as long as it exists in the new list of options, as I was just showing. Good shit. Signals in Angular have focused on synchronous data, storing state and signals, computed values, inputs, queries, etc. In Angular 19, we're taking our first steps towards integrating signals with the asynchronous operations by introducing a new experimental resource API. It's an asynchronous dependency that participates in the signal graph. Is everything just becoming solid? Okay, so we get the user ID, which is an input, user service, which is an inject, and then user is a resource that uses the user ID and it gets the user from user service. Interesting. Is this like how hooks and context were trying to kill Redux, both indirectly and directly? Angular is now trying to kill RX. They still support it, as they show here, but yeah, very interesting. They have their equivalent of effect, or they have their effect API, which is kind of like use effect in React if you're familiar. And if you know how footgunny use effect is, then you might not be surprised to say that they are taking their time to make sure they get effects semantics right. We'll keep this API in developer preview to open the door for changes if we discover use cases we haven't taken into consideration yet. Yep. More work on zoneless. Apparently everyone hates Zone.js. It's one of the biggest, heaviest parts of Angular, and everyone wants to move away from it. So it's cool to see progress there. I'm not going to pretend I care about material. I've talked about material theming too much this stream already. The Angular CDK has drag and drop in it? Interesting. It's weird seeing these things being built into the framework. I'm so used to React, which like doesn't even have a concept of styling. Cool. They have unused import checks, command line environments, local variables and templates. This is actually a cool section. Evolving apps with unfolding best practices. It's one of our core values to evolve your apps together with Angular and the web platform. To ensure your apps are using the latest APIs as well as best practices, we shipped multiple improvements. Mentioned before, the default value of standalone has now been changed, so you're more likely to write components in the standalone fashion. Optional schematic transforms for your constructor-based dependency injection to inject functions. Yeah, all words. The generator to update to the new signal stuff is in there. New clustering stuff. The point being, they are very understanding of how big and ancient a lot of these old code bases were. And their goal isn't to just make a new Angular that makes everyone in the past feel bad. They are going out of their way to avoid another red wedding. And they're doing that by introducing best practices slowly, helping the community get used to them, and then setting them as a default a year or two later. That's a good strategy. That's cool to see. And when your framework prescribes different ways to do things like this, but the framework's realization of the right way changes over time, it's so important to balance this out. And it's honestly exciting to see them figuring it out. They have a huge thank you here at the bottom, which might not seem like that big of a deal, but for Angular, it is. The shift away from Angular as this separate team living in their ivory tower, building things and maintaining them for us to all figure out, towards being more community-focused has been something I've even noticed externally as a React dev. We even had this problem in React for a bit. Now the React team is more accessible than ever. But yeah, Angular just felt like a black box. And now it doesn't. Now I have people on the Angular team reaching out to me. And to be clear, none of them asked me to cover any of this stuff. I'm doing it because I found this to be a very interesting release. And I'm curious if you agree. Does this make you excited about Angular, or at the very least hyped to know the Angular devs aren't falling behind? Or is this making you disturbed as an Angular dev? Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace nerds. Cool. I did it. Can't believe I did an Angular 19 video and it was positive. Eight videos in 5 hours? Goddamn. We're doing good. You should watch my videos about Arc. I'll be honest, I'm hitting a bit of a wall because I'm fucking sick. I think I'm going to wrap up here so I have enough energy to shoot some thumbnails and maybe a few ads later. I have so much shit on the to-do that I kind of want to go live again this weekend. Maybe even Friday. So I didn't get to this. We talked enough about React today. 10x dev, not 10x YouTuber. When you think about it, filming 8 videos in a day is pretty fucking absurd. And the fact that my team is like ready to go and can keep up with this is awesome. I love what we've built here. I love all of you guys. It's so cool that I can make a living and support a team just nerding out about the newest Angular release. Like, what the fuck? This is such a cool reality I get to live in, and I appreciate all of you for helping make it possible. Let's figure out who we're raiding quick. Oh, is Jack working on React bot? That could be fun. I guess I owe a raid too. Nope. Throwing you guys at Jack. Now, after an Angular stream, what's better than React bot? Have fun with him. Here's the spam message. Is you use react.js for this? There's your spam message. Get that copied. Have fun in his chat. Have fun with Jack. He's a great dude. And believe it or not, we are actually quite aligned on React content. He thinks it should add something to the original. So he'll be fun. Enjoy your time with Jack. I'll see you guys either this weekend or Wednesday, if not. Thank you as always. Keep an eye on the channel. We got a lot of fun things coming. Goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well.